for the California Waterfix project. I'm Tam Dodek. With me to my right is Board Chair and Co-Hearing Officer Felicia Marcus. We will be joined shortly, I believe, by Board Member Didi Adamo. To my left are Dana Heinrich and Kyle Oceandusko. We're also being assisted today by Mr. Baker and Mr. Long. Before we proceed, couple of quick announcements. As always, in the event of an alarm, we will evacuate this room, so please identify the exit closest to you. Please take the stairs, not the elevator, down to the first floor, and we will meet up in the park. If you're not able to use the elevators, please flag down one of the staff and you'll be directed to a protective area. This hearing is being recorded, webcasted, so as always, please speak into the microphone and begin by identifying yourself and stating your affiliation. Our court reporter is back with us. The transcript will be made available by us on our website as soon as possible after the conclusion of part 1. If you wish to have the transcript sooner, please make your arrangements with her. And finally, and most importantly, please take a moment right now and turn all noise-making devices to silent, vibrate, do not disturb. Please take a moment and double check. You have an issue with silencing your noise-making device, Mr. Schutz?
I do not.
You are anticipating the next item, which is housekeeping matters before we turn to Mr. O'Loughlin for what will be, I'm sure, a sizzling cross-examination. Ms. Spalletta, we have received your request to conduct cross-examination of this panel for group 24, approximately 30 minutes, and you've been added to the queue. I believe Mr. Lodgem, I'm going in order. I will get to you, Mr. Schutz. Mr. Lodgem, you have also a procedural issue, and Mr. O'Loughlin, you also have a housekeeping matter.
Thank you. Chair Doda, David Olajim, Danny Brand for the City of Brentwood. Just a housekeeping matter. I have coordinated my cross-examination of this panel with Mr. Emmerich for the City of Antioch. We are adjacent to each other on the schedule, and initially the City of Antioch was going to go first. We've agreed that it would be more efficient for the cross-examination for me to go first, so if it is the Chair's pleasure, we would like to rearrange that.
Thank you. Mr. O'Loughlin.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, and before someone reminds me, that was a yes to Mr. Lodgem's request. I have to be very careful about responding. Mr. O'Loughlin.
Thank you. Tim O'Loughlin, representing the San Joaquin Tributaries Authority. My rebuttal witness, Mr. Steiner, may be coming up in the next week or so. He is unavailable on the 18th for personal reasons. And I don't think his testimony is going to take very long. His direct rebuttal would be probably maybe 3 minutes at most. And when we get done with this panel, I don't think there will be much cross, hopefully, of Mr. Steiner, but we would see. So I will work with the other parties in the State Board staff to schedule him at a time that he is available. But if he doesn't get that appointment, he has to wait another 3 or 4 months. So.
Thank you, Mr. O'Loughlin. We look forward to getting an update from you as you work out the scheduling with the other parties.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Schutz.
Thank you. We received the Exhibit 902 yesterday, and we do have about 20 to 30 minutes of questions on that. A couple of months ago, I made an obligation to speak at the Aqua Conference tomorrow, and I would request that I be able to do the cross sometime today.
We will try to accommodate that, Mr. Schutz.
Thank you.
Can I say something? Sorry to interrupt. If you want, and this is going to go because you're probably going to ask me a question about how long I'm going to take and what I'm going to ask questions about. So I had questions about those previous exhibits and then 902, 903, and whatever came in last night. I'm happy if Mr. Schutz wants to go first and ask all his 903 questions, because I have currently right now about 20 to 25 minutes on 903, which was going to be additive to my hour. But if you want to just take him right now, get him done, get him out, I'm perfectly fine with that.
Are you prepared?
I'm wide open today.
Mr. Schutz, to go right now?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Then let's do that.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Loughlin. Mr. Becerra.
Yes, thank you very much. Ryan Becerra for Cities of Folsom and Roseville, San Juan Water District, Sac Suburban Water District. I want to alert the chair that we're working through some scheduling issues for the American River panel. We have gotten caught in something of a scheduling pinch. The Bureau of Reclamation scheduled a meeting with its CVP contractors regarding costs on this project for Thursday night in Monterey. And so those include our representatives who are on that panel. So we are attempting to do our level best to get that panel on Friday. So we've talked to North Delta Water Agency, who has indicated some amenability to flip-flopping with that panel if necessary, so that's very much appreciated. If it may be necessary to split the American River panel, which would split rather nicely between the managers and then Mr. Goring and Mr. Weaver. So I'll keep you updated on what we're doing in terms of scheduling that panel, but we're doing our level best to get it on to Friday.
So for those who are planning for cross-examination, because we have a standing practice to give them at least 3 days notice.
Yes.
So they should be planning to conduct cross-examination of Group 7 as well as North Delta, whatever group number North Delta is this week.
I believe they're 9.
They're 9.
So again, I'll do my best to keep updated, but we seem to have gotten caught in a scheduling pinch, and we'll try to make it work as best we can.
All right.
Along those lines, I was just wondering if there was a compilation of how much cross-estimated was remaining of this panel. It seems like this panel theoretically could take the
I
rest of
would
the day.
expect we will continue cross-examination of this panel until tomorrow.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. With any luck, we will wrap up this panel tomorrow, but we'll see how it goes. All right, with that, then, I think all the housekeeping matters have been addressed for now. We will turn to Mr. Schutz to continue C-SPA's et al.'s cross-examination.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Chris Schutz with the California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance.
And I'm sorry, for Mr. Baker and Mr. Long, Mr. Schutz had estimated 20 minutes.
And my questions are primarily for Mr. Lehi with a couple of follow-ups for Mr. Manevar. Mr. Lehi, yesterday DWR submitted and served DWR 902, the February 2012 DWR monthly operations report in response to my request during cross-examination last Friday. Thank you very much for providing this document. On May 5th, you represented this document as a statement of DWR policy on reservoir operations. Is that correct?
I think what I indicated was that this the document you're referencing, within that document, it demonstrated the upstream policy of DWR in terms of managing carryover storage in Lake Oroville.
Very good. So I'd like to review, could we please bring up DWR 902 and look at page 7? And while we're doing that, Mr. Lehi, so what you're telling us is this is not really a policy, but it demonstrates what you think or what you believe the policy is. Is that a fair characterization of this document?
Yes, it has a very specific equation in it that essentially implements that policy.
Thank you.
We're still working to bring it up right now, Mr. Schutz. We apologize.
That's fine. Maybe we can do this to start without having it in front of us. On page 7 of the document, Mr. Lehi, There are a few acronyms that I'd like to review just so that we all are sure that we're understanding what they mean. One of them is SVI. Could you tell us what that means, please?
Yes, that's a Sacramento Valley Index.
And SRI?
The Sacramento River Index.
Very good. And ANTCO, A-N-T-C-O?
That's anticipated carryover in San Luis Reservoir.
Anticipated
Carryover?
carryover in San Luis Reservoir.
Correct.
Very good. I really do need the document now.
I don't suppose anyone has that document handy on a flash drive.
I could email it. Email it.
Would that be helpful? Yes, please, Mr. Berliner.
Sure. Waterboards.ca. Titled it 902. Want me to send those?
Well, lessons learned. Next time, when documents are submitted this late before a board meeting day, please do bring it on a flash drive.
There we go. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Could we please turn to page 8? And go down to where page 8, please. There we go. And can we zoom in where it says reservoir targets? Very good. So, Mr. Lehi, the line directly below the term reservoir targets, is that the equation you were referring to just a moment ago?
Yes, it is.
Very good. And you call it an equation, let's just call it that. Would you please explain each term in that equation?
Sure.
And, okay, go ahead.
Sure. So, this is an expression of the policy which essentially sets the, for allocation purposes, sets the Lake Oroville end of September storage target. So this would be, as you can see, on September 30th. So the target would equal 1 million acre feet plus the difference between that, so you see the 3.045 million acre feet, that was the storage in Lake Oroville from at the end of the previous water year.
So the difference between the storage coming into the water year, subtracting out the million acre feet, so that difference is then multiplied by the Table A allocation, 1/2 of the Table A allocation. And so that is multiplied to that that difference from the previous year's carryover to a million, and then that term is then added to the million acre feet. And so the best way to look at this, if you look at the various studies that are immediately below that equation, all these rows represent individual studies that an analysis was performed on a potential SWP allocation based on different hydrologic exceedances and other parameters. The next column over, you can see the possible Table A allocation that's possible under each of those scenarios. And then you can see what the storage target would be for each of those scenarios as well. And so what you can see is the higher the allocation in that possible Table A column, also the higher the storage target. So to put in perhaps simpler words, the additional inflows that we have to work with are divided up between putting those inflows towards the current year's allocation, but then some of that flow is reserved in Lake Oroville as carryover storage for the following year. And that's that balancing that I've been discussing in terms of taking the supply, applying some of it to the current year, but then reserving some for the following year in the event that it's a dry year. And this shows that it is dependent upon the State Water Project allocation, as I've been describing. The higher the allocation, the less dependent we would be on the upstream storage in Lake Oroville.
Thank you. And where it says possible Table A percent, that refers to the percentage shown in the column under possible Table A. Is that correct? So I'm looking at the line in the equation.
Yes.
And possible Table A percent refers to that column there. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Very good. And the red number is red because it changes year by year and it indicates the end of October storage. Is that correct?
Yeah,
Previous
in
year?
red is the 3.045 million acre feet.
Mm-hmm.
That represents the storage from the previous September 30th of the, so that's the end of storage from the previous water year, September 30th.
It's September 30th, not October 30th.
Correct.
Very good, thank you. Where did this equation come from? What is the derivation of it?
So this equation, this particular one, so we've had various forms of this throughout my tenure with State Water Project operations. So for the last 20 years, we've had essentially something similar to this type of equation as an expression of that policy for at least the last 20 years since I've been involved in my current role.
And when was the last time this changed?
Well, one of the things we will continuously evaluate is the different parameters in here, depending upon reacting to various changes in conditions. So, for example, we had This was actually changed when we had an incident at our lower level outlet at Lake Oroville. We were unable to release the very lowest flow from the lake. And this was actually subsequent to this particular year. We actually made an adjustment to this. We increased that very first term, the 1.0 million acre feet. We increased it to reflect the higher risk we had in terms of meeting temperature requirements. So we actually increased that first term temporarily until we had a fix in place. So we had, for example, 1.5 rather than 1.0. So these terms will vary over time, responding to various changes in conditions. But the basic policy does not change in terms of linking the carryover storage to the actual table allocation for any particular year.
So would you then say that the policy is the linking of Table A and carryover storage, not the exact numbers in the equation?
Yes, I'd say that's correct.
Very good. And you mentioned the last time the equation changed, and that would be 2009, would that be correct? When the low-level outlet had some issues?
So the last time it would have changed is when we essentially have now a fix in place. So I'm trying to remember exactly which year. So either last year or the year before, we're actually revised that first number. For this year, we're actually using 1.3 million acre feet rather than 1.0. So, like I said, we're continuously reevaluating the details of this expression of the policy, but the fundamentals of the policy are consistent through time.
Okay, and those changes are not in response to hydrology, but in response to physical issues with your infrastructure. Is that a fair characterization?
Well, the example I gave was the change was made in response to change in infrastructure. So part of the reason that though we didn't go back to 1 million acre feet the last time we changed this, but to 1.3, we make changes as we learn more in terms of our management capabilities. I think as a result of not only the drought, but what we're finding is increased land use base changes in terms of additional diversions are being taken, for example, for rice decomposition in more recent years. We've reevaluated that floor term, which is the first parameter there. And so a combination of those things. In addition, we've also looked at capabilities for temperature management. And so a combination of these various aspects cause us to increase that floor to, it's now, as I said, 1.3 million acre feet. So it's infrastructural changes, it's land use changes, it's could be a variety of reasons why we would want to make slight adjustments to these guidelines.
So when you increase that number from 1.0 to 1.3, would you characterize that as increasing or decreasing the risk tolerance that you have for your operation of the reservoir? or neither?
Well, I guess risk tolerance for what purpose? I need a little more specificity on.
Well, let's say risk tolerance for having enough water and storage to meet your regulatory requirements the following year.
Right. So that last increase, I think we were trying to maintain at least the same level of risk, and so this increase that we made was in acknowledgement of these other changes that have been occurring in the system, and in order to try to maintain that same the same level of risk. That was the primary reason for the increase. And as I said, it was for a number of for multiple reasons that we increased that.
Very good. You stated just a moment ago that one of the reasons you changed the equation was because of concerns about meeting temperature requirements in the lower Feather River downstream of Oroville Dam. Is that correct?
Yeah, so it's a combination of the use of the river valve it's really more linked to the use of the river valve in order to meet the temperature requirements. We want to position ourselves so that we would be less reliant to necessarily have to, we want to be in a position where it's less frequently required to use the river valve in order to meet the temperature requirements.
And if you recall, one of the requirements or conditions in the water quality certification for the relicensing of the Oroville facilities is an anticipated improvement in infrastructure in order to allow more reliable release of cold water into the lower Feather River. Do you recall that?
Objection, relevance.
Mr. Schutz?
I'm trying to understand whether potential changes in infrastructure that are already anticipated may in themselves occasion a change in this equation.
And how does that relate to the petition before us?
It relates to the carryover storage and the policy that Mr. Lehi has presented about how the reservoir will be operated under the California Waterfix, and I'm trying to sort of establish the baseline condition.
I'll give you a little leeway with that, but you might have to be more specific in terms of what these planned activities are that you're referring to. So objection overruled for now.
Do you need me to restate the question, Mr. Lehi?
Well, there's a lot of commitments and made in that settlement agreement. I personally did not review that prior. I wasn't prepared to answer any questions related to this settlement agreement, so I prefer not to, since I haven't reviewed it recently.
That's fine, thank you. I have a couple of questions for Mr. Manevar, and then I'll be done. Excuse me, I have one more for Mr. Lehi. And that is this document available on the internet?
As far as I know, this document is not available on the internet.
And none of the similar documents for different months and years are available on the internet so far as you know?
So far as I know, they're not.
Thank you.
Mr. Schutz, are your questions for Mr. Minerva also related to this table?
They are?
Okay, then proceed.
Mr. Manevar, did you use this or similar documents in developing the code in Calcium 2 that simulates reservoir operations for the State Water Project?
We did not use this specific document, but we did use the same formulation that Mr. Lehi indicated and is on the screen at this point.
So there is code in calcium 2 that effectively achieves the same purpose as this document of tying reservoir storage targets to exports. Is that a fair characterization?
Yes, it is.
Where in the calcium code is that particular piece of code located? Could you describe that in a way that an experienced modeler, not myself, could find it?
Yes, I can. So it's within the part of the code that sets rule curves for upstream reservoirs, and there's one called, I believe it's called ORO rule curve.wrestle or something like that.
Please state that more slowly.
ORO
Yes.
rule curve.wrestle.
Rule curve, and I didn't catch the last.
Wrestle, WRESL. I believe that's the file name. And it implements this Oroville storage target almost identical to what's on the screen.
Very good. And that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schutz. Mr. O'Loughlin, before you begin, I would like to take a break for the court reporter as close as possible to 10:45, 11 o'clock during that time period. So I'll ask you to find a good time to break in your cross-examination.
Sure, no problem. Tim O'Loughlin, San Joaquin Tributaries Authority. We have a housekeeping thing that'll hopefully expedite my cross-examination and maybe make it go faster. In the original direct testimony, I had asked questions of the United States Bureau of Reclamation modeling team about what was modeled for San Joaquin River flow at Vernalis, because that was an input. At the time, the witness didn't answer. They said they'd get back to me. They never got back to me. And that's why we filed our rebuttal testimony with Mr. Steiner. So I've asked Reclamation to make, I don't believe Ms. Parker is the person to respond to the questions, because Ms. White did the modeling and actually the inputs to the modeling. So if she's here, we can probably ask her a couple quick questions and blow through that section rather rapidly.
Any objection?
Yeah, we looked through the testimony this morning and we couldn't find where we said anything about getting back to him. So I think this is something that should have been cleared up when he had the opportunity on case in chief cross.
Well, yeah, but the answer was the person that, so if we want to leave I'm trying to help the state board here. I'm not trying to be an obstructionist or but the question was pretty simple. How did you model Vernalis flows? Did you use TUCPs? Did you use Table 2E? What did you use? And Ms. White responded that she was uncertain, and I said, okay. And then we talked afterwards, and I was going to get a result. I don't have a result. You don't have in front of you or knowledge right now of how that was modeled. And this is going to go to the very questions that go to the rest of the panel here about what water is flowing into the delta from the San Joaquin side and how it's being distributed in the delta and used in the delta. So I think it's very important that if she's here and can testify and resolve this issue, we can move on rather expeditiously on to other matters. And in fact, I wouldn't even offer my rebuttal testimony if she testifies that, depending on how she testifies, that they modeled it based on historic conditions.
But is that within the scope of the rebuttal testimony that Reclamation is proposing to present in this phase?
So we can do this. Well, I can ask it differently. I can go through Ms. Parker and then use Mr. Steiner's testimony and go through all the things that Mr. Steiner is proposing in his rebuttal testimony about what flows, how D1641 is being met all the time at Vernalis. And Ms. Parker is going to respond, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know, I didn't do it. And then when we get to the end of it, you're not going to know how it was modeled. that seems kind of fruitless and pointless to me. But if that's the way we're going to do it, I'm fine with that. I'm an attorney. I do a lot of senseless things all the time, so.
Mr. O'Loughlin, my understanding, based on, I believe, what was said last week, is that Reclamation did not intend to present Ms. White as a rebuttal witness. Actually, that her testimony has been withdrawn and you will not be submitting. Is that correct?
Correct. And I'd like to just correct the record that you will know how Vernalis is modeled. It's in the modeling assumptions in the BA appendix.
Well, that's
Mr.
I'm fine. I'll go through this with Ms. Parker and we'll see how little reclamation. Then I'm going, just so we're clear, because I don't like sandbagging people, I'm going to move to strike Ms. Parker's testimony because she's not going to know anything about this because basically the person who put all the inputs in is Ms. White. I'll go through that. That's fine. My time just increased, if I may. So two things on the increase. One, is this going to be this reclamation deal, which is going to cause an increase in time on my cross-examination? Two, is the submittal of the exhibits yesterday. I have lots of questions about exhibits 903 through 905. And the scope of my inquiry today is, where's the water going?
All right, Mr. O'Loughlin, I appreciate...
I'm going to try to be at an hour.
I appreciate your attempt to be efficient. I have come to accept that this has not been, or not likely to be, an efficient process, but as long as there is value being added to the record and to our decision-making process, you may proceed.
Thank you very much. Ms. Parker, Tim O'Loughlin, San Joaquin Tributaries Authority. So I want to cut to the chase at Vernalis. What modeling assumptions were used to for releases from New Maloney's Reservoir to meet D1641 flow objectives at Vernalis?
Objection. This is beyond the scope of Ms. Parker's rebuttal testimony.
Well, it goes to the very essence of her testimony because you have to understand the inputs coming into the Delta in order to understand her testimony.
Her testimony is about how Mr. Boré manipulated the modeling on behalf of Sac Valley Group. And she goes step by step through those manipulations. It doesn't have to do with...
Yeah, but I'm going to impeach her because she manipulated the model too.
All right, enough. Mr. Becerra.
Yes, I'd just like to support Mr. O'Loughlin on this one. Ms. Parker's testimony discusses the biological assessment modeling and the results from that modeling in great depth, and the assumptions underlying that modeling are all within the scope of her rebuttal testimony.
Mr. Alajim, do you concur?
Excuse me, David Alajim, City of Brentwood. I do concur, and if Ms. Parker is unable or unwilling to answer those questions, then I would join Mr. O'Loughlin's motion to strike.
All right, I'm also intrigued by Mr. O'Loughlin's proposed lines of questioning, so the objection is overruled. Ms. Parker, please answer to the best of your ability.
So let me understand, you want to know what the releases from New Melones are in the model to meet D1641 criteria, is that correct?
Yes.
New Melones releases water to meet Table 3 flow criteria at Vernalis. New Melones releases to meet dissolved oxygen criteria at Ripon. That is not necessarily a D1641 criteria. It follows on from previous regulatory requirements. New Melones releases to meet RPA flows at Goodwin from the NIMS 2009 RPA. That's beyond the 1641 regulatory environment.
So when you did the modeling, and just so we're clear, RPA flows are what? So the acronym, RPA, what does it stand for?
Reasonable and prudent alternative flows for the BO.
And that's Appendix 2E to the OCAP BO, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Now, when you were doing the modeling and these releases were being made, did you do these releases based on a historical basis, or did you do them based on a modeling basis that included, because the modeling starts at, let me go back.
Objection.
modeling starts, I'll strike it. In 1980 was the OCAP-BO Appendix 2E flows in existence.
No.
Okay. So if you modeled flows in 1980 and you put in the OCAP-BO Table 2E releases, that would be a theoretical operation at that time in 1980,
Objection.
correct?
We've already established that Ms. Parker did not do the modeling in the BA. She refers to it in her testimony, but he's now asking questions as if she did the modeling.
Yeah, but who's the person who put the inputs to the model?
All right. Objection is noted and noted but overruled, and Ms. Parker, to the extent that you can answer the question, please do, but if you do not have that information, and you're not aware of how the modeling was done, then please state that.
So in order to answer your question, I think I need to explain the difference between doing historical modeling and the use of an historical hydrology input data set in order, and then to superimpose projected or existing criteria. So just taking New Melones as an example, we use an inflow time series of hydrology for the Stanislaus River. The regulations that are imposed on New Melones and on the Stanislaus River for the BA studies are either the current condition or the proposed condition. In this case, for the Stanislaus, those don't change. So we have the same exact criteria. But the 2E flows are imposed as a requirement, but based on an historical trace of inflows to New Melones. So we're not modeling what happened in 1980. We're modeling what happened, what would have happened in 1980 if the 2E flows had been a regulatory requirement. Does that make sense?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Does
Okay,
that answer
so-
your question?
Yes. So anyway, so here's the point. So when you did your analysis, there are two conditions in Table 3 of D1641 for flow at Vernalis. There's the February through June flow criteria, and then there's the April-May pulse flow criteria. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay. Now, when you did your modeling, did you look, based on the releases that you were making for the OCAP-BO Appendix 2E, for the releases to meet D1641, did you look at Vernalis itself to see if, in fact, D1641 February through June flow objectives were being met?
I have not reviewed that specific operation to ensure that those flows were always being met.
Okay.
But what I could, and also I did not do the modeling, but my understanding is that for the BA studies, there was nothing significant that was changed about how we model the San Joaquin in and of itself, and that the same criteria that were in place in, say, the 2015 long-term ops study, and Armin, correct me if I'm wrong here, but the same criteria that are pretty standard in calcium runs for the time being were used in the BA studies. That does include, so the process goes, we kind of pour water in the San Joaquin, we meet the 2E flows, and then we look and see if the criteria for the Table 3 flows are being met, given everything else that's happening. If there is a deficit there, then New Melones makes up the difference. What I don't know is whether or not that is always met. There could be conditions if New Melones happens to be in a stressed situation where they have no water to release, then we probably miss the Table 3 flows. But given an ability to meet those, the model would. Does that help?
Yes. Oh, absolutely. Armin, do you have anything to add to that?
No, I do not.
Okay, great. So now I have the same question. Sorry, I'm just being redundant, but there's two criteria And the second criteria is the Table 3, D1641, April-May pulse flow. So would your answer be the same as your previous answer in regards to the February through June flow objectives as you just gave?
I want to
In
renew.
regards to April-May?
I want to renew my objection that this is premised on the idea that he did not get an answer to this question during our case in chief. And I think we have just looked and we find that where we think this is adequately answered. So I feel like we're on a false pretense here that this has not been adequately addressed in our case in chief.
Mr. O'Loughlin?
Well, I think what's great about this is that I know she doesn't like the answer that was just given because
Mr. O'Loughlin,
well, no, I just want to make this point.
I'm fine with that answer.
Well, because it clearly points out that they didn't
okay,
meet
enough,
the 1641.
enough. What-
And
The
it's well within
objection-
the scope.
Mr. O'Loughlin, stop. Objection overruled.
Terrible attorneys.
Proceed, Mr. O'Loughlin.
Have you gone back and looked at how many times D1641 at Vernalis, either February through June or the April-May pulse flow, was not met in the modeling?
I have not looked at that, no.
Okay. So Armin, I got a question for you. Has DWR looked at the deficit of what was modeled and what was available to meet D1641 at Vernalis?
I'm not aware whether that's been done or not.
Okay. Do you know, as you sit here today, if there is a deficit between D1641 flows that should have been there and actually show up in the modeling?
I'm not aware of it.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Parker, have you had a chance to review Mr. Steiner's testimony?
I'm sorry, I really haven't yet. I'm supposed to do that, but I haven't done it yet.
How opportune. Okay, moving on.
We're not there yet.
Striking that commentary from Mr. O'Loughlin.
Can you please pull up Mr. Tarani's DWR 50 slide 47, please?
What is the slide number?
It's right there.
Slide 50, I believe you said?
No, it's DWR 50 slide 47.
Oh, slide 47.
Sorry.
It is up.
Yes, it is. I have some, you prepared this, right, Mr. Tarani, or your underlings
staff
prepared
did,
it?
yes.
Yes, thank you. Okay. I have some questions about this in regards to what this is showing. Is there, on the left-hand side, it talks about Vernalis flow in CFS. Do you see that?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, there's no time series associated with the flow. So is that 1 day, 30 days, 60 days, or 90 days?
These, every point on this plot represents a monthly average flow.
A monthly average flow for what month?
This plot by itself does not specify which month it occurred.
Does this tell us, so I'd have to count up all the dots. Does this, how many years of data does this represent?
This would be 16 years.
And what years would those be, please?
This would be the water years 1976 to 1991. So technically there should be 192 dots.
There doesn't look like 192 dots. That was one of my problems with the graph.
Well, if you look at the down at the very bottom, there is a concentration of a number of dots, so it's hard to count those dots.
So if I could, basically I could look, like if I looked in the upper right-hand corner right under boundary 1, there's 2 dots up there and they appear to be right around 28,000 or 29,000. Those appear to be individual dots of individual months, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So if, and I agree with you, if the time series is 192 dots, I can count all the individual dots And then basically the cluster in the left would be what's left over, correct?
Technically, yes. Yes,
Ballpark.
that's correct.
Okay. Now, and this is for, if I've understand your testimony correctly, this is every month of every year from 1976 through 1991, correct?
Water years, yes.
And, thank you. You're better than my sidekick. So my next question was, this is based on water years, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Now, down at the bottom, it talks about volumetric fingerprint. Can you explain to me what volumetric fingerprint means?
This is based on DSM-2 fingerprinting analysis. So the model basically looks at the water quality at City of Antioch in terms of not necessarily what the EC or a chloride concentration is. Imagine if you take a bucket of water for that single month, we ask the model what fraction of that water came from San Joaquin River. So if that, based on a monthly average basis. So if 30% of that volume of that bucket is from San Joaquin, we call that 30% contribution from San Joaquin.
Okay, and it's 30%, is it 30% of the makeup of the water? It's not based on the volume. So in other words, when I'm looking at this graph, let's go to an outlier. It makes it easier. If I'm at 60%, I go up the graph and there's an outlier here right under 20,000 CFS. That just tells me that 60% of, let's call it an acre foot of water at Antioch is going to come from the San Joaquin, but it's not telling me that Antioch took 18,000 CFS and 60% of it was from the San Joaquin, correct?
No, it does not say that.
Okay, so then I can understand this then from the standpoint that if at that point in time on that dot at 60%, roughly around 18,000 CFS in that month of that year at the Antioch intake, roughly 60% of the water was from the San Joaquin River that they took at their intake.
That's correct. Keep in mind that the water that shows up at Antioch, let's say take a month of May of 1980 for an example.
Okay.
It may not have entered the delta in the month of May. It might be a water that actually entered the delta in the prior month or the month before that. That's just how the delta works.
You know what's scary about talking to you is you sound almost like Dr. Paulson. And I mean that as a compliment.
Mr. O'Loughlin, you just read my mind.
I know, it's scary. So I have a question about time series then. So I'm looking at this chart and graph, and based on your experience, knowledge, and expertise of doing this DSM-2, does the residency time in the delta for water coming from the San Joaquin River increase with higher volumes, or does it decrease with volume? So if you have really low flows on the San Joaquin River, does the residency time of those waters last longer in the South Delta? Or if you have really high flows, do they last longer in the Delta?
I think you really have to focus on which part of Delta are we referring to in terms of
Antioch. I'm going to keep it to Antioch.
So can you repeat the question one more time, please?
Sure, I'm just trying to get a general understanding of well, why don't you just do this for me and for the board? Can you just generally explain how residency times of San Joaquin River flows work as they move through the Delta? Under
Objection
a low
beyond
flow
the scope
condition
of
or
this
a high flow?
testimony.
Hold on, there's an objection. Mr.
This is
Bellino.
beyond the scope of Dr. Nader Tarani's rebuttal testimony.
Well, it goes well, he just explained that it didn't, because the problem is, as you look at these dots, the dots have embedded within them a residency time of flows that occurred in previous months that make up the dots on the graph. We have to try to understand that residency time so that we can understand what those dots mean on the graph.
Objection overruled.
So would you mind please repeating the question one more time? I have a short memory span.
I just want, actually, I want you to help us. So you're the foremost expert. Thank you. You're the foremost expert on this in this proceedings. And I just want a general understanding so we all understand when we're looking at this. Can you explain how San Joaquin River residency time works in the Delta at a low flow and at a high flow? So we can kind of understand, is it 1 day? Is it 60 days? How does that work?
And in relation to Antioch?
Yes.
Okay. So I guess in general, at higher flows, it takes water less time to arrive at Antioch. At low flows, it just takes longer. I cannot put a numerical value because there are other parameters that are affect that residence time, and that's the tide. You go through spring neap cycle, and that really affects, especially in this San Joaquin River, it affects the amount of time it takes for the water from San Joaquin to arrive at Antioch. And as the testimony for Antioch showed, during dry time and critical times, very little of San Joaquin actually gets there. So, in terms of the speed of, the length of time it takes, it just higher flows, less time, lower flows, more time, and it actually at times may not even get there.
Thank you. Now, in regards to when you were doing that explanation, and we're going to talk about this in more detail when we get to your Head of Old River Barrier operations, are you including an operation at Head of Old River Barrier, or are you just thinking that there's no barrier and this is kind of an unadulterated kind of operation in the Delta when you made those statements?
The statements that I made was it's irrespective of the Head of Old River operation.
Thank you. Okay, can you pull up exhibit, I think it's page 46, where we broke this down by year type, which was Dr. Paulson's fingerprinting, I think it was Antioch 202. Oh, there we go. So I have a couple quick questions on this. So it says now you did not do this. This is Antioch's exhibit, correct?
The modeling, she did not do. She just post-processed the information. That's my understanding.
Okay. And so let's look at San Joaquin River water year, critical water year. And it basically shows little or no water reaching Antioch's intake. Is that correct?
From San Joaquin River, yes.
Okay. Now, based on your experience, knowledge, and expertise as a modeler in the Delta, do you have any basis to disagree with that depiction in the graph?
No.
And would you agree with the depiction in the graph?
That would be consistent with my knowledge of how the Delta works.
So I'm wondering, when you look at this, here's my question. If Vernalis has water flowing in a critical year, what happened to all the water that flowed into the San Joaquin River in the Delta?
Well, typically in critical water years, the flow at Vernalis is lower than other water year types. Mm-hmm. And so some of that water is used in Delta for in-Delta use. Some of that water goes through Head of Old River, which part of that water could technically be exported by CVP and SWP in the South Delta facility. And then some of that water will, again, continue on in main stem of San Joaquin River. Then once they get to Turner Cut and Columbia Cut, some of that water again turn left, and some of that water just keeps going, towards the bay. Typically, though during summertime, especially, the in-Delta use are much higher in the Delta. So technically, a large portion of that water could be actually picked up by the Delta, in-Delta use, the farm activity and so forth.
Did you do any modeling of the particle tracking modeling of what water was being diverted during what months at either the CVP facility or the SWP facility in the South Delta?
The PTM would not necessarily be the right tool.
What tool would be?
It would be same fingerprinting.
Same fingerprinting as was done here?
Yes, the same analysis would be the useful tool to assess to what you're describing.
Okay, so if we could go back to the previous slide very quickly, number 47. Thank you. Have you, and one of the things that's I'm trying to understand, so we had the previous graph where we had San Joaquin River water years, critical years, and then a dry year, then a normal year, and then a wet year. If you were to look at this graph, how would you characterize the blue dots on the axis that are below 5,000? Would you characterize those as critical water years or dry water years, normal water year, or a wet water year?
It could be either.
Okay. Because in fact, based on this graph, you could have 5,000 CFS occur in a wet water year in February, and then the next month it could be 20,000 CFS, correct?
It varies basically. Mm-hmm.
Okay. But would your statement be that if flows are below 5,000 CFS, that little or no water from the San Joaquin River makes it to Vernalis?
Well, there I
I
see.
mean, not to Vernalis, to Antioch, sorry, excuse me.
Okay, thank you for correction.
Sure.
Yeah, just looking at this plot, I see at least 1 month where the flow is below 5,000, and it indicates to me that's roughly about 16-17% of that water arrived at Antioch. Keep in mind, as I said, that water arriving at Antioch, it may have arrived at a prior month. So don't know the information for what the flow was like in the prior month. What this plot is trying to represent is that the higher the flow at Vernalis, the higher the contribution of water from San Joaquin would be at Antioch. And at the very low flows, let's say lower than 1,000, 2,000 CFS, very little of that water would arrive at Antioch in general sense. Now, there could be exceptions, but that's kind of the trends that you see here.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Okay, can you please pull up SJTA 2005 and scroll to page 746, please? Sorry about that. There we go. Thank you. Okay. I will represent to you that Ms. Paulson did these graphs. It's the state of San Joaquin River inflow entering the Delta between February 1st and June 30th. And the runs are done for the water year, depicted there, 66, 68, and 88, using DSM-2. If you saw these graphs and looked at the percentages, would you have any questions or comments or concerns that the graphs would not accurately represent the amount of percentage of San Joaquin River water being diverted by the exporters?
I would say I don't have enough information to make that assessment.
Okay. But generally, based on your previous statement, if water is moving down Old River, it first comes in contact with the CVP facility. Is that correct? As a diversion point?
Well, it depends on from the head of Old River, then it has an opportunity to go through Middle River, Grand Line, or Old River. And beyond that, yes, then it will reach, there is an opportunity for that water to be picked up by CVP. There is an opportunity for that water to be going through Clifton Core 4-way.
Isn't one of the problems, even though with water going down Old River, even if it goes to Grant Line or Middle River, one of the problems is you have reverse flows on Old and Middle River, which is basically San Joaquin River water circling back around and going back to the pumps. Is that correct?
The reverse flows do not occur year-round.
Okay. But they do occur.
They do occur, yes.
Yeah, okay. And when they do occur, that's basically San Joaquin River water heading back toward Clifton Court and Jones, correct?
With high reverse flows at the Old and Middle River, then it makes a higher probability for the water going through head over river to actually be going to the pumps.
Now, leaving these graphs up, do you have, leaving aside the CVP and SWP pumping percentages, do you have any basis to disagree based on your knowledge of the San Joaquin River flows, how much water actually flowed to the Delta during those year types, which is represented in 1966 by 0.2%?
As I said, I don't have enough information to give you an answer on that.
Right. Thank you. What time did you say again you wanted to stop? I forgot. Was it 10:45 for the court reporter?
Around then.
Okay. Start it then. While we're on, can you pull up Mr. Tarani's PowerPoint again? I forget what slide it was in regards to the head of Old River Barrier. 40. In front of me. Right at the back. Do you have the number on that? Yeah, I forget which slide it is. Maybe.
It's in the beginning, slide 3, starting from slide number 3.
Yeah, that'd be fine. Thank you. So I just have a couple quick questions about the head of Old River Barrier. So the board understands this. Can you briefly explain what the head of Old River Barrier is?
So San Joaquin River water moving from Vernalis towards north downstream. At some point, it arrives at a junction of Old River. And so the head of Old River, there is, there can be a barrier to block either completely or a portion of that water entering the head of Old River, moving that water going through Old River.
Okay. And that the head of Old River Barrier, if you understand correctly, is put in for fish protection to keep fish moving in a downstream direction past the deep water ship channel and out the main stem of the San Joaquin to the Delta. I mean, through the Delta and out to the bay, correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Now, when you did these modelings for the head of Old River Barrier, what was the design of the head of Old River Barrier? Because you talked about that the design could fully block or partially block. Are you aware that there's been a permanent rock barrier, there's been a barrier with culverts and sundry other things? So maybe you could, rather than me ask you a bunch of questions, just briefly explain how the head of Old River Barrier was designed and operated in the modeling.
Well, in the real world, there have been many years that we've had rock barriers at the front of the head of Old River. Under California Waterfix, as I understand it, there's a proposed permanent, operable gate that's for the head of Old River. So all the runs that are done based on California Waterfix are based on that operable gate. As such, an operable gate has the flexibility to be partially open or fully open. So that's the way they've been simulated in the model, as opposed to the no action where it was assumed that there would simply be a rock barrier with a specific operation period.
Okay. Now, on the head of Old River Barrier, you testified earlier about an aggressive operation versus the no action alternative. Is there someplace we can look to see how the head of Old River Barrier, the operational criteria are being modeled for the California Waterfix?
Armin, would you be able to? I think Armin
Yeah,
would.
Oh, Armin can? Oh, okay, thank you.
I can help with the reference. So it's,
Okay.
it was DWR 515 that was presented in the case in chief, which
Okay.
has the summary of the operations.
Great, thank you very much.
And just to make it clear, the reference I made in reference to being aggressive operation was in reference to Boundary 2 for the months of March, April, and May.
Okay, thank you. Now, generally, can you describe what the water quality is like on Old River or Middle River or Grant Line if the head of Old River Barrier is fully open as opposed to closed? And just generally, or if you want, we can do it like late summer or early spring. Because my understanding is if the head of Old River Barrier is closed and more water is coming from the Sacramento River, that generally water quality in the Southern Delta gets better. Whereas if you have the head of
You
Old
just
River,
said Sacramento River?
yeah, Sacramento River
Can
water
you-
coming
can you-
across.
I'm sorry, I lost track. Would you mind repeating the question, please?
Sure, I'll go back.
Mhm.
That was rather long-winded. Can you describe for me the water quality conditions in the Southern Delta if the head of Old River Barrier is closed and flows of 5,000 CFS are in the main stem of the San Joaquin River? Water quality.
And by water quality, you mean in South Delta, downstream of head of Old River Barrier?
Yes.
So the water that would be remaining there is from whatever time that was, before the Old River was, the barrier was placed. So once the barrier is placed, then there is a potential for some of the water that's coming from the north, from Sacramento River actually get there. Yeah. So I don't know, if that answered that question. You're asking for water quality, then it really depends on the quality of water that's coming from the north.
If you were to look at if you were to look at the fate of water in the South Delta, and you were trying to ascertain what percentage of water was being diverted at Jones from the San Joaquin River, you would have to understand what the head of Old River Barrier operations were doing during that time period. Is that correct?
The head of Old River gate operation would affect the fraction of volume of San Joaquin that would be exported.
I'm done with Mr. Tarani. And if
There
you
is
wanna-
one
sorry, go ahead.
clarification I want to make, if that's okay.
Please?
Yeah.
Okay, so referring back to that Antioch,
Is this page 46
47.
or 47?
Yeah.
Which one, 46 or 47?
Hold on one second.
Sure.
Can you bring 40? Yeah, that's the one. So I think you asked me a question about what happens during low flows, and I made a statement that very little of that water will get to Antioch, and I want to correct myself, and just to say that the fingerprinting by itself does not say what fraction of San Joaquin River actually arrives at Antioch. It just specify of the water that's in Antioch, what fraction was from San Joaquin River. So by itself, this particular plot does not say what fraction of the river flow itself actually arrives at Antioch, if that makes sense.
You'll have to repeat that again for me.
Okay, so yeah, that's very tricky. So I just want to make sure I set the record straight. So just imagine, if you just take a bucket of water from Antioch, and if I was able to trace what part of the molecules of that the water is in the Antioch, what fraction came from Sacramento River, what fraction came from San Joaquin. That's all it says. There is no indication. This analysis by itself does not say what fraction of San Joaquin River water actually made it to Antioch. There is a difference in there.
Yes. That's a very good
Thank you.
explanation.
Good time for a break, Mr. O'Loughlin?
Yes, I'm done with Mr. Tarani. Thank you.
And when we return, do you have additional question for which witnesses?
I have Mr. Lehigh, and I think I have most of Mr. Armin's questions have been answered. So I'll probably have about half hour to 45 minutes.
For Mr. Lehigh?
Yes.
Okay, let's take our break and resume at 11 o'clock. right. It is 11 o'clock. We are resuming, so please take your seats. But first, Mr. Becerra.
Yes, thank you very much. I have a question about exhibits that have been produced and when. On April 19th, we received a letter from petitioners that indicated they were posting modeling data files that were given the numbers DWR 901, 902, 903, and 904. And then there was discussion this morning about further documents that were produced yesterday that also had exhibit numbers 902, 903, and succeeding. So I'm wondering what exactly is going on and which exhibits are what, because, I mean, if nothing else, we have to keep the exhibit numbers straight.
The exhibits that were released yesterday were in response to Mr. Schutz's cross-examination that he conducted on Friday. Oh, the same numbers.
They seem to have the same exhibit numbers as files that petitioners said they were posting in the April 19th letter.
I can't help with that. Ms. McGinnis?
Robin McGinnis for California Department of Water Resources. I would need to look at the updated exhibit list, which we served yesterday afternoon. I believe the modeling files are 900A and B, and then we served 901 was some of the spreadsheets that Ms. Sargent relied on. 902 was the report we were talking about this morning, and then 903 to 906 were the data tables that Ms. Spalletta requested.
Well, we need to clear this up because, among other things, I used cross-examination exhibits that were derived from modeling files that petitioners posted as described in the April 19th letter that I believe were described as DWR 901. And we're going to have a real mess if we have overlapping exhibit numbers.
Let me offer, go ahead.
Maybe we can all look at that April 19th letter. I'm not familiar with it.
Well, all right. We will flag it for now, Mr. Becerra.
Thank you.
And I will ask Ms. McGinnis and petitioners to take a look at their exhibits and exhibits list and provide any necessary correction, in particular in reference to exhibit that Mr. Becerra used in his cross-examination, which he referred to as 901.
Okay, I will check on the list.
Just for clarity of the record, the exhibits I'm referencing are exhibits BKS 103 and BKS 104, which are modeling results from the biological assessment modeling. Under cross-examination, Ms. Parker confirmed that those were in fact results from the biological assessment modeling, so that's all clean. My understanding was the biological assessment modeling was DWR 901. I just want to make sure we're clean on what the record is as to what came from where.
It appears that we need to update our exhibit list, which we'll do as soon as possible.
Thank you.
And not to overemphasize this, but we already have cross-examination this morning referring to DWR Exhibit 902, which I guess was produced yesterday. So and this is something we ideally should clean up right away so that the people conducting cross-examination based on DWR 902 can refer to the correct exhibit.
902 is 902. Has there been another 902 than what was discussed today?
Well, the April...
Yes, now we have duplicate 901 to 904 or 5.
It looks like 5.
Help.
Well, I don't want to ask questions about, I have a ton of questions on 905, and I don't want to ask questions on 905, which is the stuff that was sent in yesterday, and have it misrepresented in the record that it's 905 from the April 19th submittal. So I do agree with Mr. Becerra that we should get it clarified as to what exhibits are currently in the record and what they're labeled.
Ms. McGinnis, how long of a break do you need in order to address that right now?
If I may offer a suggestion, why don't we identify the documents by title, and then we'll go back and figure out the correct number for the document, but the title is always going to be the same anyway.
Mr. O'Loughlin, do you have the title handy?
Yeah, we're going to pull them up on the screen, and yeah, well, I can just refer to the titles if that works for the hearing officers and the petitioners.
Then we will do that until this matter is clarified by Ms. McGinnis.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Kevin, can you pull up DWR 10? Yeah, there we go. Awesome. Thank you. Mr. Lee, hi. Tim O'Loughlin, San Joaquin Tributaries Authority. I have a few questions about your rebuttal testimony. I'd like to go through this in a little more detail than what we've previously done. So I'm going to refer, this is the primary sources of water for state water project exports, page 6 of your exhibit. It says down in the legend, flood control releases and unstored flow. Do you see that in the legend?
Yes.
And then in the first water year, you have a water year depicted, which is 2011, and it says wet. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then above that, it appears that the legend is depicted in kind of a, I don't know, I'm colorblind, so I'm going to say purple, and it says 3.61. Do you see that on the exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. So the first question I have is the 3.61 is what?
That's 3.61 million acre feet.
Okay. And so this is in that year, and these are water years, correct?
That's correct. The labeling next to the year is depicts the water year type.
Okay, but what I first want to understand is 2011 is a water year, not a calendar year, correct?
I believe this analysis was done, I think it was done using calendar years.
Okay. Okay. Interesting. So in the calendar year, well, let me ask a question. When you make allocations to your contractors, are they made in a calendar year or in a water year?
Allocations to our contractors are based on a calendar year.
Okay. All right. So in this, then, if looking at 3.61 million, that would be the amount of water in 2011 that was exported, that was flood control releases and unstored flow, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that is that broken down by a month, or is that just the total volume for the year?
This is the total volume for the year.
Is there backup data depicting the amount of water that was diverted in 2011 by month?
There's backup data depicting the amount by day, and those are the exhibits that were, that's part of the exhibit that was submitted yesterday.
Correct. Okay, perfect. Okay, and when it says wet, is wet based on a San Joaquin River Basin index, a Sac Valley index? What indexes are you using for that depiction?
That's the Sacramento Valley Index. Oftentimes they're the same, but in this particular case, it was based on the Sacramento Valley.
Now, in this document, I want to focus first on flood control releases. So are the flood control releases depicted in the 3.61 million acre feet only flood control releases from Oroville?
I think in the way that the analysis was done, yes, I believe it is flood control releases from Lake Oroville.
Okay. So other operations either at Shasta, at Yuba, on the American, New Melones, East Bay Mud, their flood control releases, if they occurred in 2011, would not be depicted in this graph. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct.
All right. So the next phrase in the legend is unstored flow. What do you mean by the term unstored?
So unstored flow would be flows that did not derive from project storage releases. So the exception there is the flood control releases. If, for example, if we're encroached into flood control storage, we would have to release that storage for flood control purposes. And so it's lumped in the same category as the unstored flow, which would be unregulated flows from elsewhere in the system.
Well, that's confusing to me. So, sorry. So are flood control releases and unstored flow one and the same, or are they different? Or does unstored flow subsume flood control releases?
So flood control releases could be either stored releases or unstored releases. So they could be either. Right, so they can be either one of those. I think the key here, and maybe I need to clarify that a little bit, essentially, so most of the flows here are exported under excess conditions. So there's a number of different sources which would fall in this category. In those excess conditions, there's typically more unstored flow, well, there is more unstored flow than is necessary for meeting all of the delta requirements, the in-basin uses, and then some of those are picked up by the project facilities in the delta.
Well, your terminology is kind of strange because, and I'm trying to get a handle on this. Earlier you talked about this flood control releases only being from Oroville. Now you're talking about other sources. Are there other sources for flood control releases and unstored flow other than Oroville in this chart, or is this just Oroville?
Yeah, so I think before you were asking me specifically on the component there that of the two, which is flood control releases, okay. That in the analysis, that component I believe was from Lake Oroville itself. In the unstored flow component, that could include flood control that releases from other reservoirs.
Okay, so in regards to Oroville, you mentioned something that I find strange. How is it when you're in a flood control release operation that you're releasing stored water?
So after, let's say, a big storm event, inflow into Oroville has exceeded the outflow, and so there's storage gains. And if those storage gains cause us to encroach into our flood control required vacant space, then we would be required to release that stored water that's encroached into the flood control space and release it downstream.
So when you use the term storage, are you using the term storage based in a legal sense or just in a practical sense?
I would say in a practical sense.
Thank you. And in fact, you wouldn't know by looking at this chart whether or not the water had been stored in Oroville for 28 days and then released. Is that correct?
No, I wouldn't know the timing on that.
Okay, so let's go to been marked as 905, but when we get to it, we'll identify the top of it. And this has been identified as data for DWR exhibits 850 and 851, 2015. And if we'll just identify it as such, and we will not use the 905. So let's go through this. This is a fascinating, and thank you for providing this graph. I think it's a fascinating graph to look at. Let's just go through kind of the headings so we understand what we're looking at. So can you tell us, and this may be redundant, but just so it's clear on the record, can you tell us the heading, what FRSA means?
Yeah, that's Feather River service area. So essentially the Feather River settlement contractor deliveries out of Thermalito After Bay.
Okay. Then the next overall heading is in-stream requirements, parens primary. Can you explain what that is?
Yes, so as part of our FERC license and agreements with Department of Fish and Wildlife, we have year-round in-stream flow requirements for the Feather River.
And so you have to release those flow requirements under your FERC license to meet those requirements, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, in this, under that heading, in-stream flow requirements, parens primary, there are two subsections. One is called balance conditions. Can you explain to us what balance conditions are?
Yeah, so balance conditions are when the releases from the project reservoirs plus any other unregulated flows in the system downstream of the project reservoirs are approximately equal to the needs for in-basin uses to meet the D1641 requirements and the project exports.
Okay. And also, so then we get a further breakdown under balance conditions, and it says exports per end second. Can you tell us what that is?
Yeah, so some of the in-stream requirements that the in-stream flows that are released, the primary purpose of the release is to meet those in-river requirements on the Feather River. But then there can be secondary use for that water. And in this case, on that column, that exports second, that second indicates the secondary use of those flows. And in this case, in that column, the secondary use would be exported at the SWP export facilities.
Okay, so in looking at the second column, it says on January 1st of 2015, it has a 0. So under that scenario, would it be true that water that had been released to meet a in-stream flow requirement was not in fact exported on that day?
That's correct. For the purposes of this accounting, it's not assumed to be exported.
Okay, and then if we went down to January 15, 2015, it appears there's a number 900 in that column, exports second, and that would tell you that 900 CFS of in-stream flow water that had been released at Orville was secondarily diverted at the export pumps, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, is this data that is collected in this chart, is this post-processed data or is this done on a daily basis?
No, this analysis was post-processed. This analysis was done specifically for this proceeding, for this exhibit that we provided.
Okay, so would that be also true in, well, we'll go, sorry, I'm jumping ahead of time. Okay, sorry, got to slow down. Balance conditions. In basin is denoted under balance conditions, and it also has a paren, and it says second. Can you tell us what that is?
Yes, so numbers in that column as they are in the export column, they should only show up in those two, in one of those two columns if the delta condition is not in excess, so in other words, imbalanced. But so again, there's a secondary use for some of those in-stream flow requirements to the Feather River. And at times when we're in balanced conditions and all of the in-basin uses are not being met by other natural flows in the system, the projects are releasing supplemental flows to make up the difference. And during any of those periods, you could see numbers in that column where secondary use of the minimum flows to the Feather River could also serve the purpose of filling in that gap for in-basin use.
So in-basin use would be like Feather River contractors, correct? As an example. Or is
Well,
it
they
someone else?
would be Feather River. They could be Feather River diverters downstream of
Okay.
Thermalito.
Such as a riparian right holder.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So in this same column, and
Well-
I'm sorry this is tedious, but I just want to make sure we go through this. Go ahead.
Yeah, I guess I'd caution a little bit about that. It's not in terms of identifying specifically who would be entitled to that water. That's not really part of the analysis, but it is making up a gap between natural flows and then the other in-basin uses and D1641 requirements.
Now, is the in-basin use that's depicted there in second, is that limited to the Feather River, the Sacramento River Basin, or the Delta, or all three?
Yeah, it could be making up a difference in any of those locations.
Okay. So if there was a in-basin condition in the Delta where there was supposedly a prior right, those people at a certain point in time may have picked up this water that had been released for other in-stream flow requirements and used it in the basin, correct?
Well, we didn't look in that in depth in terms of legal uses of water. We didn't assess. We're not assessing that as part of this analysis.
It would just mean that, but somebody downstream may have picked it up and used it in the mass balance basis, and therefore it had to be accounted for, correct?
That's right. In terms of a straight mass balance, that's really all that we're looking at here.
Right. I'm not trying to say that anybody downstream had the legal entitlement to that water. I'm just saying on a mass balance basis, in some way that water left the system and you accounted for it in the code by saying in basin in a use. Perfect.
Yeah,
Okay.
essentially that's correct. Yeah.
All right. Excess under the in-stream requirements primary still, you have excess conditions. Can you explain to us what excess conditions are?
Yeah, so that would be the other condition when the delta is not considered to be imbalanced. It would be considered in excess. So this would be when the releases from the project reservoirs plus any other unregulated flows into the system exceed all of the in-basin uses. The D1641 standards are all being met, and that's essentially what it is.
Okay. There's two components listed under excess conditions, and I couldn't tell if they were under the excess conditions or just under the in-stream requirements primary. So are the ag, it says AG, ag, and then fish, are those specifically under the excess conditions, or are they just generally under the heading in-stream requirements?
Well, they're under both. So this would be in-stream flow requirements to the Feather River that are occurring in excess conditions. And so then we're not, in that case, we're not, we're still required to meet those minimum in-stream flows, but there's no secondary use of that water in terms of the delta, so in terms of the exports or in filling the gap in the in-basin use. So we've classified those minimum releases under excess conditions as for fish primarily, because that is the required flow. The ag component on there is it's a buffer that because our requirement, this minimum flow requirement is we're required to keep that all the way down to essentially the mouth of the Feather River with the Sacramento. But in practical terms, we just need to meet it between the Thermalito Afterbay outlet to the confluence with the Yuba, because the Yuba is providing additional flows. So the ag component is a buffer on top of the required fish flows to account for any diverters between Thermalito Afterbay outlet and the confluence with the Yuba River, so that we can guarantee that the 900 CFS fish flow is being kept all the way downstream.
In that regard, is there any analysis anywhere that it's kind of peculiar to me that we're releasing water for ag diversions in January about demand and use? I mean, that seems kind of strange that you'd have an ag use in the middle of January. Or is it mainly a buffer? See, what I'm trying to understand is, I get it if you're releasing it in June, July, and August, people downstream are diverting, but is this kind of just a buffer for the fish flows to make sure that what I would call carriage losses, whether it's trees, vines, whatever, water seeps out, but you got to make sure you get your 900 down there?
That would actually be a more accurate way to label this, that particular column. Correct.
Thanks.
I agree.
Okay. So moving on, release to support. Now, it says release to support. So is this a release from Orville to support either flood or exports?
Yes, this would be the release of stored water.
Okay, so this is actual.
Well, I take that back.
Okay.
I'm not sure if it's only stored water for the flood column, but I think that is the case for the export.
Okay. So because you'd have to have control of the stored water to redivert it under your permits at Clifton Court, correct?
Well, this is just trying to break down the components of the releases and then the components of the sources of export for the purposes of developing those graphs. So that's what this is all about.
But do you understand that if you do not control the water and or divert it at Orville under your permits, do you understand if you have a right or don't have a right to re-divert that water at Clifton Court Forebay?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
If he knows.
It doesn't change the character of the question.
Mr. O'Loughlin, I believe, is asking Mr. Leahy that question with respect to his understanding as an operator. So overrule, please answer.
My understanding is we need to meet our permits and that we are.
Okay. So let's look down in that column then real quickly. On January 15th again, it looks like, there's a number 64 in the export column, and that would be 64 CFS of water was released from Orville to support the exports that occurred. Is that correct?
Yes, essentially.
Before you continue, I'm
Well,
sorry.
so this is, again, so that's 64 is part of that column, which is a tally of releases from Orville specifically for export purposes.
How much additional time do you need to wrap this up, Mr. O'Loughlin?
I hope to be done by noon.
Okay.
Because I'm assuming, and I can look at Ms. Spalletta, but I'm assuming a lot of the questions that I'm asking are preliminary foundational questions that somebody else would be asking of this. I'm sorry. It's just,
No,
you're going to
actually-
get stuck with me. Sorry.
It could be worse, Mr. O'Loughlin.
Wow, I feel sorry for that person.
We'll go ahead and allow you to take till noon to wrap up. Let me also take this opportunity to invite Mr. Herrick, since I see him suffering, standing there, straining to read the screen. If any of you would like to make use of these front desk and the screens there, please feel free to do so. Okay.
Okay. So back to it. So the 64 CFS is water release to support the diversions. And so if we went over, I'm going to skip a little bit to ask this question. That same day, it says SWP exports are 4,927. Do you see that, John? I'm sorry, Mr. Leahy. I'm sorry.
Yes, I see that.
Okay. So now, is the 64 within the 4,927? In other words, is it an instantaneous accounting that's occurring, or is there a time lag with this chart? Because clearly, if you release water on January 15th at Orville, you're not diverting it on the same day, right?
Yeah. So this is not intended to be an absolute reflection of it. It doesn't take into account timing. This is for the purposes that this data is intended. It is insufficient, in my judgment, it's insufficient detail in order to capture the components that are shown in those graphs. One of the reasons so my staff prepared this. This table was not intended to be an exhibit, right? We only provided this table at the request of one of the attorneys. So the organization of this table I'm not completely familiar with, so that's why I'm trying to work through this with you. But the point that is being made with this table, it is not intended to be a precise reflection of operations.
Oh yeah, no, I mean,
just to be clear. To be clear,
like you're measuring 64 CFS at Orville and following it all the way down and picking it up. I mean,
that's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
We all get that. Okay. All right. So move back on the record then. So to go through, there's a requirement that says in basin requirement. So is that what is that requirement for? That's different than in basin second.
Yes. So this would be. Right, so this is also for the same purpose as that column that was under in-stream requirements, but it was as a secondary use. But in this particular case, this would have been the primary reason for the release from Lake Oroville, is to meet those in-basin requirements. So we're already releasing enough to meet that minimum Feather River flow. This would be an additional flow on top of that to meet some of those in-basin shortages.
And whoever did the graph did a good job, because the total Oroville release is the sum of the 900 CFS depicted in their exports second and released to support exports 64 totals the total release from Oroville of 964 CFS, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Then moving over, now we get to the export. So that's the release side. Now we get to the export side. So on that day, 4,927 was diverted by the SWP, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Then you denote in the next columns whether the delta is in excess, yes or no. And if it's in, I'm assuming that's a no, and a Y is a yes, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then you also are this is pretty helpful. It tells us if any flood releases in that yes or no. And once again, it's a no for that day. So there's no flood releases that day. And then you summed it up. It looks like somebody added something to the charts. It says exported unstored flow, which appears to me to be the SWP export number of 4,927 minus the total Orville release of 964. Is that correct? I'm terrible at math.
No, well, let's see. Not necessarily. Can you say
3,000, it ends up, John, being 3,963 CFS of exported unstored flows.
I'm sorry, what? That's in the last column on the right.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So now, so we have 964 CFS being released from Orville. And if I understand the charts right, 900 is for fishery flows. You're able to pick that up at the exports. You're able to pick up the 64 CFS at the exports. And the difference is all this other water being released from either the Sacramento, the American, the Yuba, the McCollum, the New Maloney's that shows up in the Delta, and you're able to pump it, correct?
Right. So in this entire period, there was sufficient unstored flows to meet all the in-basin requirements, and that's why you see only zeros in those two columns for in-basin requirements. And there was additional unstored flow that was available for export. Some of that occurred in balanced conditions, and some of that occurred in excess conditions. But for the entire period, there was additional unstored flow available for export, and that's what's reflected in that column.
Now, as you sit here today, do you still have a memory of 2015, or did you try to wipe that out of your mind?
I think it's completely gone.
I wouldn't blame you.
2017 wiped that out pretty fast.
That's probably true. Okay, can we scroll down a little bit? Let's look at July or August of this year, 2015. Okay. Now, I know that we don't have the columns. We're still looking at the same exhibit. But in this, we're having releases that are occurring. What I find interesting about this, shoot, I lost. Can you scroll back up just real quick? I lost one heading. I'm sorry. Boom, boom. That's, sorry. Okay, wait. Okay, you can scroll back down to the July. So the second column in is from, if you look at this, let's pick a date. Let's just use the one at the bottom with this July 21, July 15. And if we start, I'm going to start on the right-hand side, and I want to focus on the 2,960. That's the amount of release being made. Is that correct? From Orville on that day?
I don't remember the headings. So it's either that column or the one to the left. I forget which.
Okay. Actually, it's the one to the, I believe it is the one to the left. It's 2,210 is being released. Can you scroll? Oh, God, I hate these charts. Scroll back up real quick. Sorry. I'll get this down. The total Orville release is the second. SWP, and then we go to Delta XS, Y, and N. Okay. So this, John, just to focus, I just want to focus on the Orville release and the Orville, the export. So okay. The second column in from where it says Delta and XS would be the total Orville release and then the SWP exports. You see that?
Yep.
All right, let's scroll back down again until July. Okay. Sorry about that. We'll get through this. Thank you very much. So now we're back down here again. Okay, so the total Orville release now, which is the second column in from where it says in, says 2,960 CFS is being released. See that?
2960 CFS.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Then it says that, these are the things that I didn't understand. It says exports are minus 12. Can you explain to me what that is? and -1. I mean, there's a whole column of them there in July. What's going on there? How do you divert negative numbers?
I don't know for sure what the reason is here in this particular case. Sometimes because of the way that SWP export, well, it depends, if this is, I don't know offhand why that is. I'd have to check with the person who prepared this.
It looks like it matches the number in the third column from left.
Yes, it does. So,
And so now the question is, what is that? Can you scroll back up?
Yeah, can you scroll back up real quick, Kev? Thanks. So that would be exports second, which doesn't make any sense how you come up with a negative number on exports. So going back down to the time period again in July, which in this chart just confused me last night to no end. I'm sorry, because I thought I understood it until I got to July. If you scroll back down again. July 21. There we go, July 21. So if you move it over, there's also these add numbers. So it says, so it says that at the exports, you picked up 247 CFS of water at the exports that was unregulated, and yet you pump -12. So let's focus on the 247. Where's that 247 coming from in that year and in that month?
I don't know offhand.
Would that be part of your, is that part of your unstored water releases? It says unstored flows.
No, those would be, for that column, they should be unstored flows. In the system, but don't know exactly where they're, but it doesn't specify where.
Right, so that's one of my questions. So when you did the graph, and I'm looking at this time period because it's a critical time period in the system, 2015, water's tight, reservoirs are dropping, we're in the middle of a drought. So the 247, can you tell, as you sit here today, where that water is coming from? And you know what, let's ask that question first. Can you tell where it's coming from?
No.
Okay. Is it possible, as you sit here today, that of the 247, some of that water is San Joaquin River flow?
In 2015, yeah, I wouldn't know.
Okay.
We'd have to use one of Dr. Nader Tarani's DSM-2 modeling.
Okay. Can we go to April or let's go to April of 2015 if we could real quick. I'm almost done. Any day in April would be great, Kevin. Oh, perfect. Okay. All right. So once again in this chart, it appears that, let's pick a date. Let's go to April 30th. Seems like a good time period because it's right at the bottom. And thank you. That's very helpful. Okay. So we're not releasing flood flows. The delta is not in excess, and the CVP, the SWP, sorry, is exporting 996 CFS of water. Okay? And it says on the chart that none of that is unstored flow. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. So how is it that so 805 is being used in the basin? I understand that under in-basin requirement. The total release is 1,800. So if I subtract that 805, I'm assuming that's being consumed, so that gets me down to 1,000. And then how is it that, given those numbers, is it the addition of the 246 that gets you above 1,000 that allows you to export the 996, John?
Yeah, it looks like that's the difference.
Okay, so if I'm looking at this chart, then what this kind of tells me during this critical time period is that in this condition, you're releasing in-stream requirements under primary in a balanced condition, and there's 750 CFS being released, and that's meeting a fishery flow requirement somewhere in the system, and then you release an additional 246 of stored water, it appears, to actually divert 996. And it's really close. That's roughly 1,000 CFS, correct?
Yeah, so, right. So that the 996 is coming from stored water releases in either case. It's just that part of that water served a primary purpose of in-stream flow first before it was exported.
So would you know on this date whether or not the in-stream release requirement of 750 CFS on April 15th was stored water or bypass flows at Oroville?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you. Do you...
But I'm sure it's, yeah. I mean, just sitting here, I couldn't tell you, but I'd have to examine it some more.
Right, because you'd have to actually look at what inflow was coming into Oroville and what demands were being made on Oroville to understand whether or not that was actually stored water or water that was bypass flows at that period in time, correct?
Well, yeah, I'm just trying to see if it would be fundamental to the spreadsheet that you would be able to tell, but I just personally can't decipher that without examining this spreadsheet a little closer.
Now, when you pick up under this in-stream flow requirements and you talk about its in-stream flow requirements, does embed it within the in-stream flow requirements, is X2 included within that heading to meet X2?
If it's a release for an in-basin use, well, no, it's not distinguishing between which delta requirement, but the X2 is considered one of the delta requirements.
Right, so you could have, I mean, looking at this chart, it's hard to tell because you can be making a fish release that are the fish releases only for the Feather River or embedded within the fish release? Are there other Sacramento River and Delta components of D1641 or the OCAP-BO RPAs or your FERC license that are embedded within those, or is it just Feather River fish flow releases?
No, it's just Feather River fish flows, and actually now your previous question, I think I have the answer to that.
Oh, good.
Yeah, so it would be stored releases from Oroville. I think that was your question as far as the 750.
Yes.
Yeah, it would be, and the way I know that is that if the right column is indicating no unstored flow for export, then it means that the exports were from stored releases.
Okay. So then if I looked at that and used that logic as I went through here and looked at July and August, then the component would be that releases to, if they showed 0 in that column, you could have the releases add up and still have exports even though it's not shown in the release to support export column, correct? It'd still be stored water.
I'm sorry, you're talking about July now?
Yeah, July or August or any month after this,
And
right?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. What I'm trying to do is just get the general understanding based on what you just said, that if you add up the 246 and the 750, you get to 1,000, and clearly it's showing that the in-basin is demand for releases in-basin, is it 0? I think it's 0. You get, sorry, strike all that. I'm not going to go there. Okay, I got 2 other questions in regards to this. I understand that. So when you're doing this accounting methodology and you're looking at stored versus non-stored, this chart isn't talking about stored water under your permits subject to rediversion at Clifton Court. It's a shorthand way to let you know what water's being released. Is that correct?
It was this analysis, well, this is the analysis that supports the exhibits that were presented in terms of the stacked bar charts. And so the purpose was to provide a breakdown of, in the case of the exports, the source of the water that was exported. For the purposes of the releases from Lake Oroville, it was to establish what the primary purpose of each component of the release was. And that's what this is.
Can you scroll down once more, Kevin? Let's go to August. Perfect. Okay. So in August of that year, I'm looking at this chart, and it says release to support exports in 2015 is 0. Do you see that?
August what? August.
Well, they're all zeros in August, it looks like so far.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so it's release to support export 0. Now, are you aware, and I'm trying to get a handle on how I should use this chart. So the State Water Project contractors filed a complaint against the Delta diverters and said that they were, the Delta diverters were picking up stored water that had been released from Oroville for export. But in looking at this chart, if I looked at it, this chart says no water is being released to support exports in the month of August of 2015. Can I use this chart for that, or should I reconcile that in a different manner?
Objection. This goes beyond the scope of what this data was provided for. Mr. Leahy just explained the chart and how this data supports it, and now we have veered off into how Mr. O'Laughlin should use this chart in the future.
Well, so here, this is a fundamental point. I've never veered from this from day one in these proceedings, which is trying to understand how water is colored as it moves through the delta, because understanding the fundamental premise of whether or not this is stored water has a huge impact on whether or not people downstream are entitled to divert it or not. Because I'll just say this because I've said it before, if stored water is being released subject to rediversion, I'm perfectly fine with that. But if water isn't being released from stored water to meet an export, then the whole question on the left-hand side is, what is the color of that water to meet other water requirements in the basin?
And we've gone through every column in the table, and Mr. Leahy has explained how it relates to the chart. So I don't see why we need to continue talking about different dates and different purposes.
Well, the problem is you may not, but I get to make my record. And unless you can state an objection under the law, then that objection has absolutely no basis. That's
Enough,
great.
enough. Mr. O'Laughlin,
Yes.
You've actually been quite artful, and you've laid out what the table is and what it shows. It's obvious the data is what's available here. You've made your point. It's in the record. We will move on from here. Ms. McGinnis, your objection is sustained. And I believe you said you were wrapping up your questions anyway. So you have established what you wanted to establish, Mr. O'Loughlin, for the record. So can we wrap this up? There is no need, in my opinion, to link this back to what might or may not have happened in 2015 with respect to any complaint that was filed at that time. I'm going to bring us back to the petition that is before us.
No, I agree with that. That's maybe I shouldn't. I was trying to be helpful to the witness, and maybe that's my downfall. I can ask it a different way, but really the question is to everybody in this proceeding is, can I use this chart to understand what water is showing up in the delta as stored water subject to rediversion versus water into the delta to meet other requirements?
Now that's a fair question.
Oh, God.
Answer that question, please.
You should be able to get that information from this chart, correct?
And how would I do that, John? Sorry, Mr. Leahy.
Well, we just walked through every single column. Do you want to walk through them again?
No. So basically the explanation that you gave us previously, we can use those explanations for the columns and add or subtract as we want to come up with what water is subject to either diversion or rediversion by the SWP at its facilities, correct?
I think the table speaks for itself.
Okay. And so the only thing we wouldn't understand by your testimony is where these other sources of unstored flows come from, correct? Because you can't tell by this chart what the source of that water is.
Yes, I think that's correct.
Okay. So I got two quick questions.
Hold on, Mr. O'Loughlin. There are people still standing up. Are you setting up for a reason? Just to see. All right.
Almost done.
All right, Mr. O'Loughlin.
So this is for either Armin or you, Mr. Leahy. So if I'm looking at this column of exported unstored flow, if the San Joaquin River flows depicted in the modeling show that D1641 is being met when in fact they aren't, would that impact the amount of water that was available for export from unstored flows? Either one of you.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question, please?
Sure. If the modeling done, and I realize it's an if the modeling done for this exercise has D1641 being met when in fact it can't be or wasn't, does that impact the amount of exported unstored flows that may be available in this chart?
I would have to check back to see exactly how the fact that we had filed a TUCP in this particular year, and so the operative standards were different than what's in D1641. I'd have to look to see exactly how that was handled in here.
Okay. And then if we wanted to, we could ask Mr. Tarani to do a DSM-2 modeling to ascertain that amount, correct?
Objection.
Or the fate of the water of the San Joaquin if it hadn't been there.
What is your
other water
objection?
would have been
What is your
pumped?
objection, Mr. Berliner?
If Mr. O'Loughlin is seeking to ask Dr. Nader Tarani to do runs for him to help his questions.
No, I'm just saying that if we wanted to do that, it could be done.
Are you asking if the model is capable of doing that run and providing that information?
Okay, I'll ask it that way.
Now you have to repeat the question, please.
Love it. If the D1641 flow requirements were shown as being met when in fact they could not have been met or were not met, could you run a DSM-2 model to ascertain the fate of how much San Joaquin River flow water was being exported in that time period?
That would not be a very straightforward run. It would require an iterative run and, making assumptions and changing the flows in order to meet those requirements.
Okay. I have one last
It
question.
would not be as straightforward.
Okay. I have one last question. This is for Armin. If the modeling at Vernalis was done predicated on meeting D1641, when in fact D1641 has not been met, if there is a deficit there, where would that deficit be made up in the California Waterfix proposal for meeting in-delta requirements or exports?
Yeah, so that's an if, a very
If, big
conditional
Yep.
question.
Huge if.
So just to point out, what I think got lost in some of this questioning is that the no action and the Waterfix have identical operations on the San Joaquin, with the exception of the head of Old River Gate. So to the extent that any conditions occurred on the San Joaquin, the Waterfix does not exacerbate that or change those conditions.
Yes, I agree with that entirely. I think that's an excellent point. But if the modeling's wrong to begin with, it may be wrong throughout, correct? If
That's your opinion, I think.
Well, no, but if D1641 isn't being met under the no action or under the Waterfix, it's not showing a true representation, correct? It may not be showing a true representation.
I can only state that they are consistent between the no action and the Waterfix.
Okay, so now going back to my question then. So my question is, under either the no action alternative or the California Waterfix, if in fact there's a deficit at Vernalis that is being masked by what I call magic water, where in the system would California Waterfix make that up?
If that were the case, there is no mechanism in the Waterfix or in the no action to make up any deficit, as far as I understand.
Thank you very much. I'm all done.
Thank you, Mr. O'Loughlin. We will take our lunch break. And actually, before we take our lunch break, I see Ms. Tabor in the audience, and you had requested very little time, and I know that you had just one follow-up question, and Ms. Meserve before you and Mr. Herrick before you had requested a lot more time. Would anyone mind if Ms. Tabor conduct her 15 minutes or so, if that is still the case, of cross-examination first when we return from lunch? All right, we're good? So when we return, Ms. Tabor, please come up for your cross-examination. Sorry? It is, what time is it now? It is 12:03. We will return at 1:05. Extra 2 minutes for you all. Right. Good afternoon, everyone. It is 1:05. We are back in session. Before we turn to Ms. Tabor for her cross-examination, I see Mr. Becerra in the audience. I don't believe we will get to Group 7 until Thursday, given the time that I still have remaining for this panel, as well as Panel 3 that still needs to be presented and cross-examined. And if we happen to break early tomorrow, I think there will be no objections, right? Dr. Nader-Tehrani, you may stay as late as you would like tomorrow.
Thank you. I appreciate the clarification. The scheduling fix that we have is that Reclamation scheduled a meeting Thursday, and so we're trying to move that panel into Friday. So again, I'll update as soon as I can as to all of that.
And that panel would be the panel of, you have two panels for Group 7, I believe.
Oh, yeah, correct. The first Group 7 panel is Walter Beret and Dan Easton. I believe that is proceeding apace. I don't think there are any scheduling issues with that, although I have to say I'm not the one scheduling that one. The second Group 7 panel is American River Witnesses, Tom Goring, Jeff Weaver, and additional. Those are the ones where we potentially have a scheduling issue. I'm trying to make it work so they can be here Friday.
Okay. I expect then if we get to, when we get to Group 7 on Thursday, we will begin with Mr. Beret and Mr. Easton.
I believe that's what everyone in Group 7 has anticipated.
And I believe petitioners will have cross-examination, I expect.
I would be shocked if they didn't.
Yes, me too. And that others might as well.
Yes.
So again, we'll play it by ear and we'll see how it goes. And I think you mentioned already that you're trying to discuss with North Delta.
We're looking at different options for that. As I said previously, we potentially could split the panel if necessary. We could flip-flop with North Delta. We're trying to make it work for that second Group 7 panel to testify Friday.
Correct.
Thank you.
Any other housekeeping items?
OSHA for Missouri for land and other parties. I think just to clarify with the respect to when the rebuttal witnesses that I have for land would be going, I'm under the working assumption, unless you say otherwise, that it's next week sometime. And that's what I'm working with my witnesses on.
Yes, given the way things are going, I don't expect we will get to you until next week.
Okay, yes, and I cannot be here on Friday, so I will not be here Friday due to bar business.
And again, I think if we need to break early on Friday, I think after 4 days of togetherness, there will be no objections. In fact, Mr. Herrick is refraining from dancing in joy at the thought.
Nikki Seward with Snug Harbor. I had emailed in, I do request 15 to 25 minutes on this panel.
I have you down for that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Calvin McGinnis for California Department of Water Resources. I wanted to address the exhibit list issue.
Please.
So what happened is on April 19th, DWR updated or uploaded some modeling files that were requested by protestants to the FTP site. And those exhibits, those modeling files were assigned 901, DWR 901 to DWR 904. And then when the hearing started again on April 25th, we started at 901 with those graphs that were submitted during the cross-examination of Ms. Sargent. So we have duplicate numbers 901 to 904. And what we'd like to propose, and also I'd like to apologize for the mistake, but what we'd like to propose is to leave the exhibit numbers that were assigned yesterday. So the report was 902, and then those 4 PDFs were 903 to 906. Leave those numbers and then take those 4 modeling files that were 901 to 904 and start them at 907. So
then the references that Mr. Becerra and Mr. O'Loughlin made Friday and today would be the correct reference? No.
Well, yesterday, today, the numbers that Mr. O'Loughlin used, but the numbers that Mr. Becerra mentioned that may have been referenced in his client's rebuttal testimony may be wrong, but he's checking if he included the 901 in there.
Mr. Becerra?
Yes, I think we're on a path to getting this resolved. My question is, I believe I'm the only person so far who has presented exhibits based on the modeling files. I believe the only exhibits that are based on those modeling files are BKS 103 and BKS 104 that I used. I need to take a look at those. I don't think that they refer to a DWR exhibit number. I think we just used them and Ms. Parker authenticated them as modeling results, I think. So I need to do two things. One is I need to look at the exhibits themselves, which I should be able to do pretty quickly back at the office. I don't have them here now. The other is I will need to look at the transcript from last Thursday and Friday to see if there are references to DWR 901. Operating from memory, I think there are not, but I will need to check that out. And whatever the case is, I suspect we can work out some kind of statement for the record that addresses this so that the record's clear.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the two of you getting together and addressing that.
So if anyone else has issues or questions about that, they can ask me, and then if I don't hear anything, then DWR will serve a revised exhibit list sometime tomorrow, and we can clarify the record.
Right. Is that clear? Clear, we're good? Right, Ms. Tabor.
Good afternoon. Kelly Tabor on behalf of the City of Stockton. My limited number of questions are intended to follow up on the testimony of Dr. Bryan regarding residence time and temperature modeling that he relied on in forming his opinion. And thank the hearing chair for noting last week and remembering a specific question that I had. That question was actually adequately addressed in subsequent cross-examination by other parties, so I will not need to raise that today. Mr. Hunt, could you please put up Exhibit Stockton 35? And I'm not sure who on the panel is the right person to answer my questions, so I will just direct them to the panel and ask that whoever is qualified to answer, please jump in. Thank you. So Exhibit Stockton 35 is a table from the final EIS, Table 8-60A. Well, I'm sorry, yeah, so scroll down to that, thank you. And it presents residence times for the subregions of the Delta for the EBC1, no action alternative, and alternatives 1 to 9, as I understand it. And the question I have for the panel was residence time modeled for the proposed project, alternative 4A.
What is your question?
Was residence time modeled for the proposed project, alternative 4A, not specifically here, but has DWR conducted or reclamation modeling of residence time for the proposed project?
I believe the answer is yes. I think those are the particle tracking model runs, and I believe the answer is yes, but I don't know for 100%.
Okay. Who would know whether that residence time was modeled for alternative 4A?
Same answer as Dr. Parviz, Dr. Rani, but we can verify whether that has been done. I mean, this table is showing alternative 4 H3, but not the H3 plus alternative.
Right. Okay.
Before you move on, Ms. Tabor, I don't want a repeat of what we experienced with Mr. O'Loughlin, though. One never wants to repeat an experience with Mr. O'Loughlin this morning in terms of his concern that things a response that was promised to him was not provided. So Dr. Munevar, when you say you can check and get back to Ms. Tabor, what do you mean? When will you do this? And
I can do it at the next break. I just need to verify that it was performed and where in the document it is.
all right.
Thank you. That was my question. Was it done and where would I find it?
Yeah.
And I have the same questions for modeling of the boundary 1 and boundary 2 scenarios.
And I think the answer to that is no.
Okay. And Mr.
But
Munevar
again,
will confirm
I'm
that.
not 100% sure.
Yeah, I think the answer is no for the boundary 1 and 2. Those were prepared specifically for this hearing. So I'm almost certain they are not, the particle tracking has not been done for those.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'll look forward to your follow-up on that after the break. I also have some questions about modeling of temperature. And my question is, who performed the temperature modeling that was done for the biological assessment?
Which particular, there were a number of temperature models that were used for the biological assessment. There was the Sacramento River, the Feather River, there was some in Delta, San Joaquin.
Okay, the temperature modeling that was presented and relied upon by Dr. Bryan, which in his reports would be the Delta, I presume.
Yes, and I'm not certain who conducted that modeling to support his work.
Okay, and doesn't Dr.
I
Nader
believe some of those water temperature models that are done for the Delta was done by RMA.
Okay. And is RMA a consultant to you, or?
Not to me, but.
Does anyone on the panel know who would have commissioned that work by RMA? Or where we might find it?
I can give you the same answer that I'll get back to you after the break.
Great, thank you. And so as a follow-up to that, can anyone confirm my understanding that temperature modeling was only conducted for the no action alternative and the preferred alternative scenarios? And by this I mean the temperature modeling that was used in the biological assessment.
Yeah, sorry to give you the same response, but I will get you a response after the break.
Okay. And the next question I have is, what model was used to generate the modeled temperatures that are presented in the biological assessment?
I believe the Delta temperature models was done by DSM-2. But Dr. Bryan, from what I recall, presented some model runs at Knight's Landing, which would be considered outside the Delta, so that would not be DSM-2, that would be, I would imagine, the USBR temperature model.
Okay, so that, am I correct then that the calcium-2 results serve as an input to the reclamation temperature model?
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
For the upstream of the Delta, that is correct. Calcium-2 results provide the flow and release inputs that are then input into the temperature models.
Okay. And you made reference to Dr. Nader trying to the Delta temperature model. Can you explain what that is?
That would be a module inside DSM-2.
Okay. And, but you don't know who conducted that particular modeling of delta temperatures that?
From what I recall, it's RMA staff.
Okay, all right. So could we put up, please, Mr. Hunt, Exhibit Stockton 38, which is a page from the BDCP draft EIR EIS, page 4-17 that provides, if you scroll up to the highlighted words there, a description of the reclamation temperature model. And it says it's used to predict monthly mean vertical water temperature profiles and release temperatures in Trinity, Whiskeytown, Shasta, Folsom, New Melones, and Tulloch reservoirs. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So is anyone on the panel able to explain how or whether the modeled reservoir temperatures are used to determine temperatures in the Delta interior? Or is that a separate analysis using?
Sure,
Go ahead.
I can tell you
Okay.
generally. So generally, the models that you have highlighted here, the reclamation temperature models, are primarily for the riverine temperature conditions upstream of the delta. By the time you arrive at the delta, it tends to be more dominated by the meteorological conditions in the delta itself, and the upstream temperatures have lesser impact in the delta. So that is a different model. That was the one that Mr. Tarani identified.
Okay, so the modeled reservoir temperatures would not have been used to determine temperatures in the Delta interior. Is that correct?
Not for the delta interior, but for the riverine conditions. They were primarily used for assessing compliance or changes in temperature associated with biological opinion and fishery-related issues in the river systems themselves.
Okay. Those are the only questions I had. That concludes our cross-examination. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tabor. Now back to our order. And I have Ms. Meserve up next.
Good afternoon. OSHA Meserve for local agencies of the North Delta and other parties. With respect to the questioning by City of Stockton just now, I would note that depending on the information that Mr. Munevar brings back, I may have questions about that as well, because that was part of our case in chief and concern about those inputs. So I guess I would just reserve the opportunity to come back and ask a couple of questions if I have them.
Well, as Mr. Mizell, when he was here, pointed out, normally we don't encourage cross on cross, but to the extent that it adds value, then you may have that time.
Thank you. Yes, I just know that various of us had questions about the inputs Dr. Bryan was using, and this certainly goes to that. So with respect to the questions I have today for this panel, I have questions from Mr. Leahy on the surplus flows and hydrodynamics, storage in Orville. Questions for Mr. Munevar on the modeling usefulness, project-induced drought, and the development of model scenarios. And then I have questions for Dr. Nader Tarani on the fall X2 and B1 water level assumptions. And then a couple of questions for Ms. Parker regarding the, let's see, the climate scenarios and some sensitivity analyses. So I estimate about 45 minutes, but I'll try to, I've tried to pay attention to what happened before, but see how we do.
Please proceed.
Okay. Starting with you, Mr. Leahy, if we could bring up the testimony DWR 78 at page 6, and it's lines 1 through 3, and this portion of the testimony refers to the source of winter exports being predominantly surplus flows that would be excess outflow if not exported. And can you define how you're using the term excess flow in this portion of your testimony at the very top of that page? Yeah.
Yes, that would be That would be flow that's in excess of that needed to meet the D1641 standards and in-basin uses.
Isn't it true that what you refer to as excess flow also help freshen the delta, even if they aren't required to be released?
Objection beyond the scope of his testimony.
Ms. Meserve?
He is referring to excess delta outflow as if the water is wasted in this testimony, and I'm simply trying to understand what he means by that, because there may be a value beyond what he has assigned to it.
And your question again was?
Isn't it true that what you refer to as excess outflow would also help freshen the delta?
Fair enough. Overrule?
Well, I think it's the board's responsibility to determine through this development of the standards on what is considered excess flow.
Is the persistence of fresh water in the delta and in the bay during longer periods larger with these excess flows?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Wouldn't the persistence of fresh water in the delta and the bay be longer with the larger excess flows in general?
Objection beyond the scope of his testimony.
I'm trying to follow you here, Ms. Meserve.
The witness is testifying that, well, he just said that he wanted to meet the minimums that the board would assign, and I'm simply trying to point to some of the other values that would come from having what he calls excess.
Okay, and your point in pointing that out is that
in general, by allowing more fresh water out of the system, that pushes the salinity gradient out farther into the bay, which later on helps protect fresh water in the delta for longer periods of time. So it's sort of like putting money in the bank, if you will.
And how does that relate to perhaps testimony by Dr. Nader Tarani on the water quality aspect?
It could relate to Dr. Nader Tarani if you would prefer that I go at it that way.
Let's go at it that way, Ms. Meserve.
Okay, all right, thank you. Moving to you, Dr. Nader Tarani then. If there is more excess outflow, wouldn't that persistence of fresh water help keep the salinity gradient out farther than if you were simply operating to the minimum outflow required?
I don't think there's a straightforward answer to this question. It all depends on the specifics. So I don't have a straightforward answer to that question.
But in general, if you allow more fresh water out of the system, that pushes the salinity gradient farther to the west, doesn't it?
Objection asked and answered. He indicated he doesn't have enough facts to support the hypothetical.
In general, Dr. Nader Tarani.
Yes, in general, yes.
Thank you. Oh, by the way, that was an overrule.
Moving back to Mr. Lehi. In DWR 78, still on page 12 at the top of the page, you state that the delta tunnels would provide increased opportunities to capture excess flows in average to wet years over the long term. Now, is there any operational requirement proposed by the department that would limit the North Delta diversions to actually operate to capture excess flows in average to wet years over the long term?
Objection. We've been through this before.
Yes, Mrs. Meserve, we've gone through the department petitioners have not proposed any terms or conditions.
I'm actually not speaking to terms and conditions. Mr. Lehi is testifying as to operations, and there are certain operational parameters that have been set forth. So
you mean as in the policy to which he reference in his rebuttal testimony?
Well, at the top of the page here, he's saying that it would provide increased opportunities to capture excess flows, and I'm simply asking whether whether there's any limitation that the project only be operated to capture excess flows.
Limitations in terms of their operations, not in terms of what they might be proposed.
Yes.
Okay. Overruled. Please answer, Mr. Lehi.
Yes, so I think as I've testified numerous times that the primary objective of the North Delta diversion would be to capture these excess flows. And by review of the historical practice, even with the existing capacities available to the projects, we're not fully utilizing that existing capacity. So I wouldn't think that there would be little to no expectation that there'd be additional stored water used by the North Delta diversion.
But as Dr. Nader-Tarani just testified, those same excess outflows could push the salinity gradient out farther to the west and be more protective of water quality in the Delta, wouldn't they?
Objection. This question was directed to this witness before and referred to Dr. Nader-Tarani.
I'm simply...
I'm not sure where the value is in this line of questioning, Ms. Meserve. The petitioners have argued, and you may not agree, but they have argued that they will operate this in compliance with water quality objectives set forth in D 1641. So whether excess flow is available to improve upon that compliance, is that where you're going?
Why don't I'll ask another question of Dr. Nader-Tarani that may get to the point better.
Please.
Thank you. Dr. Nader-Tarani, would it be true that the farther out the salinity gradient is pushed by excess flows, the longer time period we're able to protect water quality in the Delta in general is?
Microphone.
Mike.
As I said, there are other factors that are, should be looked at to answer that question. But in general, not always, but in general, yes.
Okay. Going back to DWR slide, Exhibit 10, slide 18, back to Mr. Lehi, if we could. This slide states that the core hydrodynamics of the Delta will not change on the bottom there. Now, if we could go to the next slide, 19. Does this figure, Mr. Lehi, attempt to rebut the claim that the tunnels would alter the hydrodynamics of the Delta?
Yes, I think it was implied in some of the cases in chief that there'd be some radical change in the hydrodynamics in the Delta associated with the proposed project. And I don't believe that to be the case.
To what year types does this figure apply?
This figure applies to any year where essentially the Delta is in balanced conditions and that the projects are actively managing flows in the system. So that could be in any year.
So just to be clear, this figure doesn't relate to either high flow or low flow conditions in particular?
Well, generally it's on lower flow, average to low flow conditions.
Okay, just to be clear, 'cause I believe you just said that it was first that it was any year, and then now you just said that it's more relates to average to lower flow years. I'm trying to understand to what years does this figure relate?
Objection misstates the witness's testimony. The witness indicated it pertained to high flow and low flow times, not high flow years. We're mixing up years versus times within a year.
Is that correct, Mr. Lehi?
Yes, that's correct. You can have periods of average to low flows in wet years, and you can have periods of very wet flows in dry years. So that's the distinction.
Thank you.
And is this figure intended to be to scale in terms of the size of the river and different arrows?
No, it's not. It's not intended to be. It's to give a general sense of the magnitude of changes that would be expected in the flows.
Now, this figure shows a smaller reverse flow purple arrow near Jersey Point in the with CWF box, correct, than in the without?
Correct.
I have some information that I think would also be helpful in regards to my response. So if you
In regards to your response.
regarding how the salinity is pushed, with the volume of fresh water removed.
Okay.
So if you look at Exhibit DWR 901, and that would be page
Which
2.
901 is this?
I'm just going to look at Edmonton.
Will you, Dr. Nader-Tarani, will you use the name of the exhibit?
Yes. This is the monthly average EC values from California Waterfix DSM-2 model.
They're formerly known as DWR 901.
Yes. I forget what the new number is.
We don't have new numbers
Okay.
yet.
All right, so if you look at Edmonton, for example, take a look at the month of January. So the black line represents no action. The two shades of blue represent H3 and H4. So although in January, we have the potential to take large volumes of fresh water in the river, that doesn't necessarily increase salinity at this point. That's the point I was trying to make, that, it all depends.
I don't think this relates to my question at all, just for the record.
Well, the point I was trying to make is it is possible to remove fresh water from the system and yet make the delta fresher. That was the point I was trying to make.
All right, let's move on, please.
Okay. May we please go back to the...
Hold on, Mr. Becerra.
Just a suggestion on exhibit numbering. While we've been sitting here, I was able to go back and look at BKS 103 and 104. They do not refer to DWR 901, so I think we're safe there. I don't remember referring to 901 in cross-examination. I'll confirm that from the transcript, but just to make everybody's life easier, I suggest we go ahead and start using exhibit numbers as DWR has produced them today. If there is some clarification that needs to go back, I'll figure it out with DWR and we'll put something in the record. Just so we don't have a painful exercise of having to refer to the title of every document.
Thanks so much. So this will be DWR, or sorry, not this. What Dr. Nader-Tarani was just talking about will continue to be 901. And then the exhibit numbers we assigned yesterday will stay the same. So this morning's references are all fine. And we'll send out a revised exhibit list either later today or early tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Meserve.
So back to the figure, and I was discussing with Mr. Lehi the reverse flow arrow near Jersey Point and the fact that it's smaller in the with CWF box. So is it your opinion that the proportion of cross delta flow would be less with the CWF? Is that what you're trying to show here?
Well, so the reason that the reverse flow arrow is smaller in the with California Waterfix is not because of the less cross delta flow, it's because of the lower south delta exports.
Now, but the figure does not include the new incidences of reverse flow near the proposed North Delta diversions like at Georgiana Slough, does it?
The references...
Okay, sorry.
Well, yeah, I'll just talk about what reverse flow is meant in this diagram, and perhaps Dr. Nader Tarani can talk to the other point. The reverse flow in this particular, in my exhibit here, is the reverse net flow. So this would be daily average flows, and it doesn't pertain to the North Delta diversion, and I'll defer to Dr. Tarani for that.
Yeah, I think your response captured what I was going to say.
If this slide is about delta hydrodynamics, though, wouldn't it be more informative if there was also some kind of purple or other arrow showing reverse flows in the northern delta that would newly arrive with the CWF?
Well, I think that's a really a different category. I think that the references to reverse flows there are in terms of more hourly basis within the ebb and flood tides. This is more of a big picture in terms of longer time scale and bigger picture in terms of the net average flow on a daily basis and geographically over the entire delta. So it's a kind of apples and oranges type of issue.
So are you disagreeing that there would be new reverse flows in the North Delta as a effect of this proposed project?
I would have to defer to Dr. Tarani, who has been the one to analyze that.
I presented testimony in this hearing in our rebuttal discussing whether or not California Waterfix will increase the frequency of significant reverse flow events in the vicinity of the Freeport facility. And I think I clearly demonstrated that California Waterfix does not increase the frequency of those reverse flow events.
And you, Dr. Nader-Tarani, base that on comparative modeling, not predictive modeling, though, right?
Well, there was a number of pieces, and I can go over that, and yeah, if there is value in it.
No, we don't need to go over the East Bay Mud testimony. I have a different opinion as to the outcome of the cross-examination on that. But however, I believe that it is part of the case in chief and certainly part of the BAA that's part of evidence here that there are new reverse flows in the northern delta. And so my question is, although Mr. Lehi explained that he considered them to be different in magnitude, that to be clear, for this to be a useful comparative figure, it should show the new reverse flows. And for that reason, I would move to strike this figure. I don't think it's informative to the trier of fact. It shows, it also, in addition to not showing the new reverse flows on the Sacramento River, it also shows the same size river before and after the tunnel diversions. So I think it's misleading in representing this project.
So just so we're clear, you are moving to strike the delta hydrodynamics figure on page 19 of Mr. Lehi's PowerPoint for the rebuttal phase?
DWR 10, yes.
Okay. Response, Mr. Berliner or Ms. McGinnis?
Yes. This witness was not testifying regarding reverse flow issues associated with the Waterfix. That was done by another witness. This witness's testimony was limited to hydrodynamics within the delta and how the Waterfix would be depicted in relationship to the various values that are shown on this graphic. The fact that the witness would, or the cross-examiner would like to have a different graphic is really not relevant to this witness's testimony. Essentially what she's asking is that this witness testify to something that he didn't testify to. So this graphic has a limited purpose. It's not meant to identify every flow factor associated with or unassociated with the petition. So it's only offered for limited purposes in support of Mr. Lehi's testimony and not in support of Dr. Nader Tarani's testimony, which is really on a different subject.
Ms. Meserve, final comments on this.
Certainly. The problem I have with it is the figure is not clearly marked with what the intent is. It simply says delta hydrodynamics, and then the testimony that I could find that it was relied to seems to talk about high flow conditions, and on cross, Mr. Lehi is saying, oh, well, maybe it's, high flow and low flow times. So I just don't think that this figure corresponds to the testimony, and I think that it's very misleading and incomplete.
Thank you. We will take that under advisement.
Okay. So moving on.
I would just like to add, though, that my testimony is being completely misstated in these objections. For the record.
Mr. Lehi, your counsel, Mr. Berliner, has expressed that already. It is so noted. And we will issue our ruling when you move these exhibits into the evidence at the completion of your rebuttal phase.
Okay. Let's see. So, Mr. Munevar. So we'll be looking at the DWR 86 for this. Now, you've worked on matters pertaining to the proposed North Delta diversions going back to about 2007, is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you have any, in your training and knowledge, specialized information as to what would constitute an injury to water uses in the Delta?
Objection, calls for legal conclusion.
Mr. Munevar has testified in his written testimony about the issue of injury, and so I'm simply asking about what his specialized knowledge is.
We've been down this road before.
And I have very few questions about it.
All right, let's go through this quickly, keeping in mind that the issue of injury is a key issue, which I expect we will be hearing from many of you in your closing briefs, and how these witnesses view that issue is certainly not the be-all and all in terms of our decision-making. So I guess overrule, please go ahead and answer.
Yeah, so I believe, as I testified both in my direct and on cross, that what I'm calling no injury is when I observe that a no action condition has, the proposed project has essentially the same sets of deliveries to those users as compared to the no action. So in my testimony, it's a comparative between a no action and a proposed project, and if there is no change, that's what I've called no injury.
Just to clarify, when you say no change, you're saying if you compare NAA to one of the project scenarios?
That's correct.
On a comparative. And who provided you with your working definition of injury for this testimony?
It was my determination to compare a no action with a proposed project for specific water users.
Now on page 31 of your testimony, on line 11, you discuss that calcium modeling does not and should not be used to predict actual project outcomes. Is that correct? Looking at line 11.
Which line are you referring to?
Line 11, calcium model results.
Yeah, so I mean, the testimony stands for itself. I was talking about under stressed water supply conditions, given the generalized nature of the rules that are in calcium, they should not be used to reflect literally what would occur in that particular condition.
And so the modeling produces outputs that don't reflect actual projected operations in a given time period, right?
Well, there are no actual projected conditions. That is the purpose of modeling, is to envision what the future may look like under a set of structured rules. But those conditions have not yet occurred, so there is no actual condition for that future event.
So if, as you claim, it's improper to use the calcium modeling to predict operations, on what basis can you claim that the project will not cause injury to legal users of water?
Objection asked and answered.
Yes, we have gone down this path already, Ms. Meserve. In fact, he answered it already. Sustained.
Now, regarding the rebuttal testimony you provided about drought-like conditions, you challenged the testimony put forth by Islands Inc. and Land, which was marked as Exhibit II-24, that the project would induce drought-like conditions. And you say on page 39 of your testimony in DWR 86, if we could go to that page, that it fails to represent the actual effect of the project on the Sacramento River. You just told me that the modeling does not reflect actual effects. So how do you square what you just told me with your criticism of the protestants not showing actual effects?
Yeah, I think my criticism was quite different here in that the protestants' use of the bypass rules were not in sync or alignment with how they would actually be implemented as given by the North Delta bypass rules. There is a set of criteria in which, as the system becomes wetter and wetter, the rules for diversion enable higher diversions as a percentage of flow over time. And what was claimed by the protestants was that wettest set of rules would apply even in conditions in which the flow had not yet achieved that long-term wetness condition. So that is what I meant in terms of it did not apply the rules correctly as they are indicated in the proposed project.
So you are concerned on page 39 that the pulse flow operations criteria would allow for flows above 13,000 CFS most of the time. But wouldn't the operational range proposed by petitioners also at times allow flows down to 5,000 or 7,000 CFS depending on the month?
Depending on the month and the wetness condition. So in this particular reference, what I was referring to was a 1993, and I believe the protestants were arguing that the flows would always be between 5,700 and 13,000 CFS, and in fact, 80% of the days had flows greater than the 13,000 CFS when applying the rules correctly as indicated in the proposed project definition.
The purpose of the project, however, Mr. Munayvar, is to divert more water from, I'm sorry, I strike that. The purpose of the project is to divert water from new diversion points on the Sacramento River where there currently are no diversions, right?
I don't think that's the purpose of the project. That is the part of the infrastructure that allows that, but it's also balancing that with South Delta operations or diversions from the South Delta.
Was the basis of your disagreement really with the use of the word constrained in the II-24 exhibit, in that the project could bypass more flows than the minimums shown in DWR 515, not that they necessarily would?
I think the basis for my disagreement was that the rules were applied inappropriately as described by the Waterfix in the protestants' arguments. In particular, it was related to these level 1, level 2, level 3 bypass criteria that apparently were not envisioned in the protestants' argument. They went straight to the level 3 argument, to level 3 bypass rules to make a particular point.
Now, on page 39, you discuss this, what you find to be most of the time 3,000 CFS. You include monthly to date, does this include the monthly to daily flow patterning in the model so that it's just making assumptions about what the input would be, not without any relation to real world conditions?
I'm not sure where you're referring to in the testimony. I don't see 3,000 CFS on page 39.
I'm sorry, 13,000 CFS on,
Could you repeat
you
the
say
question
also
again?
the assumption that the bypass flows would be constrained from 5,700 to 13,000 is incorrect. But isn't in the modeling, you're using daily flow patterning, which is simply an assumption that's built into the model in order to try to come up with what you did of the most of the time over 13,000 CFS?
I'm not certain I understand the question. I'll try to answer it if you'd like. Within the model, there is a patterning which takes the monthly operable releases out of CalSim, and within CalSim applies a daily pattern in order to get variability, because we know daily variability of flows is important in terms of assessing the impact of the North Delta intake. The argument here was related to the misuse of the level of the bypass rules by the protestants in making the argument that they would be constrained between 5,700 and 13,000 CFS in terms of bypass flows. In fact, when we apply the correct analysis to it, we find that 80% of the days have flows greater than 13,000 CFS for that year of 1993. Excuse me.
But as compared to a no action alternative, there would be more days with less CFS in the river south of the new intakes, right?
Due to the operation of the North Delta intakes, yes, there will be days of lower flow below the intakes. We feel the bypass flows that were developed over the course of at least 5 years to refine and make them as protective as they could be in terms of fish and water quality concerns.
Now, on page 42 of your testimony on lines 4 through 8, you refer to the 3 criteria which you say were not considered in the analysis done in Exhibit II-24 to lead to the conclusion that operation of the tunnels would lead to more drought-like conditions. You refer to pulse flows, real-time monitoring, and several other Delta regulations. Just to be clear, are any of these other constraints part of the proposed project besides the pulse flows?
The constraints that are indicated here, and I'll walk through them. Pulse flow protection is part of the North Delta bypass criteria. Level 1, Level 2, Level 3 bypass criteria are part of the proposed project. Real-time monitoring, I believe, is part of the proposed project, but we don't model that because it's a real-time event. And other Delta regulations like water quality and 1641 standards are included in the assessment and in the modeling. So I'd say all of those that are listed here, with the exception of the real-time monitoring, are included in the modeling for the California Waterfix.
How would real-time monitoring prevent the increased incidence of drought-like conditions on the Sacramento River and in the Delta?
I believe what's referred to here, real-time monitoring, would be monitoring of conditions related to fishery presence or turbidity that might change the way the North Delta diversions would be operated for a short period of time.
But would it be fair to say that these changes weren't certain enough to even try to include in the modeling effort?
Yeah, the modeling does not include a predictive model for presence of salmonids at the intakes, nor is it particularly advanced to project turbidity conditions at the intakes. Even in the absence of that real-time monitoring, though, the argument holds that the bypass criteria does not create drought-like conditions, which was what the point of this rebuttal testimony was about.
When you say it does not create drought-like conditions, you're speaking in the absolute, however, as if it's for all the time, all year. Is that what you're saying? That's what you're thinking that the testimony said?
Well, the protestants' arguments were drought-like conditions and were focused on the spring, primarily on the spring period, because they were referencing our level 2 or level 3 criteria, which is through May and June, I believe. I don't like the term drought conditions because drought conditions is a definition that is far broader than changes in flow in a particular river.
And going back to the pulse flow requirements that you mentioned, those pulse flow requirements are currently still under negotiation under the biological opinion, aren't they?
I'm not aware of whether they are or not. I'm not involved in that.
Now, with respect to the modeling approach, you helped develop the different scenarios that were presented here in your testimony and in the case in chief. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And can you explain to me at all, if and hopefully this is not ground we've been on, the decision-making process with respect to the selection of assumptions for the modeled scenarios?
That could be a long story. I can only address what I presented in my initial testimony, which was that what was intended through the boundary analysis, boundary 1 and 2, to reflect outside conditions associated with the Waterfix, and H3 and H4, which were designed to reflect the initial operation criteria within the adaptive range. Other than that, there are numerous assumptions associated with each of those that was meant to inform the board in terms of the range of operations for the Waterfix.
And as you were developing these scenarios, did you make the decisions about what those assumptions were, or did those decisions, were they made by others?
I believe they came about from the initial range of some of the operations that were being considered at the time. I believe there was H3 and H4 that were characterized as part of the EIR-EIS. The boundary 1 and boundary 2 were developed in consultation with DWR.
And when you were working on these scenarios, did you receive input from the water contractors as to those scenarios in addition to the lead agencies?
At this point, I'm going to object for multiple reasons. This is way outside this witness's testimony. We've been giving the cross-examiner a lot of leeway here to try to find something relevant, but we are really rehashing stuff that we went through in Part 1A, and this has no bearing on this witness's current testimony.
We are rehashing quite a bit, Ms. Meserve, and you are running out of time, way over your estimate. I would suggest the objection is sustained, and I encourage you to move on to, actually, you have questions for Dr. Neda Tarani and Ms. Parker still remaining.
Yes, I would just point out that Mr. Munevar has testified that he looked at comparing the NAA to the proposed project alternatives, So it's very critical what the inputs to those made and who made those decisions. And he's also leveled complaints against other protestants that they have somehow cooked the books in order to get to particular outcomes. And so that's the reasoning for my questions.
And you are moving on now.
And I am moving on to Dr. Nader Tarani. Now,
I'm sorry, and since you're about to run out of time, how
Yes.
much time do you anticipate needing?
I think I should be able to do it in 20 minutes.
And let me ask the court reporter, are you okay with going another 20 minutes before the break? All right, let's do that.
Thank you. So I wanted to look at DWR 79 errata figure 2. And this is the graphic that shows the B1 and the NAA scenarios. Hopefully I have the exhibit right. So
Is this the figure you're referring to?
the chlorides, yes.
Yes.
So there are lower chlorides in the wet years like 84 and 86, and then higher chlorides in the dry years like 85 and 87 in this in the B1 analysis, right?
So the higher chloride, are you referring to the no action or boundary one?
Under the B1.
Under the boundary one. So could you repeat the question, please?
So this graph is showing that there are lower chlorides in the wet years, like 84 and 86. And then...
Can you specify the months you're referring to? They
I
change a lot.
believe you're looking at the spring periods,
Spring of 84?
right?
Okay.
80.
So March to May, 84?
Right, and then in the 86, it would be, you've got the lower chlorides
So
in the March through May.
In the March through May, they all look about similar.
But under B1, aren't you getting poorer water quality in the dry years under the B1 scenario?
Again, can you specify the months where you are making that observation, please?
So in 87, for instance.
What month?
Under that would be, look, there's a spike from May to March, basically.
May to March of what?
Right, you've got of 86 into 87, you have a very large spike of chlorides.
And so if you're talking about what I'm making the testimony last week was that the large increases of chloride in the year 86 starts from around September of 86, and that is directly related for most part to Folex-2. And 86 is a wet year, and that's why you see those differences. No action was modeled with Folex-2. Boundary 1 was modeled without Folex-2.
Right, but B1 is part of the proposal for this project, isn't that correct?
And as I explained, Boundary 1 represent a kind of future under California Waterfix where the model is not, the California Waterfix is not regulated by or not operating to Folex-2, whereas no action is. So if you're observing those differences, one has to take that into account.
And according to the testimony of the petitioners, isn't it correct that DWR participates in a working group specifically to see about removing the Folex-2 requirement?
I don't know about that.
You stayed on page 10. I guess we could go to the testimony if we could. DWR 79, page 10.
not the errata.
I'm sorry, yes, in the written testimony. There we go. You state that as long as the Fish and Wildlife Service upholds the need for the fall X2, the Waterfix is expected to operate to it during wet and above normal years. But isn't DWR actively working to convince Fish and Wildlife to relieve it of the obligation to comply with fall X2?
And I'm not aware of those meetings or negotiations or whatnot.
Are you aware of Ms. Pierre's testimony in DWR 51 at page 13 to that effect?
I don't know offhand, no.
Okay. If fall X2 was no longer a requirement, then future operators of the tunnels could legally operate it according to a scenario that matched B1, correct?
Well, in that case, no action would also look different.
Can you please explain that? If
Yes,
in the future,
yeah, sure. The no action that was modeled for this particular petition we made the assumption that fall X2 is a part of it. Boundary 1, we made the specific assumption that fall X2 is not a part of it. So if in the future the fall X2 is no longer part of the regulatory requirement, then the no action you've been seeing would not represent that kind of future.
and so in that case, the no action alternative that we've been discussing here today and in previous days would be completely irrelevant, wouldn't it?
I think I explained that already.
Okay. Let's go to page 11 of the testimony. And on lines 15 to 23, you discussed that the lack of fall X2 would be the main reason that Dr. Burke's testimony for Central Delta Water Agency showed larger reductions in water levels than other modeled scenarios. Just to confirm, B1 is part of the operational range sought, isn't it?
We're going in the same, I mean, the point here is, what I was trying to show is Dr. Burke, first of all, used 15-minute values, and that I think I made the point that I think it was inappropriate. But also, he showed water level reductions, which was much larger than what I was showing, and I was showing instances that all those and I stick to the 3 highest ones that I was seeing, those larger reductions that are reported by Dr. Burke is related to, once again, fall X2 being included in no action and not included in boundary 1.
Now, on page 12, in lines 13 through 16, you state that fall X2 has not been required since 2008, except in 2011, and that legal users of water have not enjoyed its benefits as a result. Does your area of expertise include assessment of the rights of water users in the Delta to certain water quality or levels?
I think I was making a number of points. One was that fall X2 is a fish requirement, and I was very clear on that. And I was also making the point that, to my knowledge, fall X2 was never fully implemented, but it came close in 2011. It was part of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service's biological opinion in 2009. We didn't have it prior to that, and there has only been 1 year, 2011, that came close. So if you're trying to figure out the changes in how, if you want to look at the past history as a guide and compare, what would how would the experience of the legal users of water be, then no action would not be representative of that, because no action does have fall X2 criteria in it, and that's what I was trying to make. So in the past, legal users of water have not experienced the full extent of fall X2 criteria, and again, it was very clear fall X2 is a fish criteria.
But your area of expertise does not include what the actual rights of water users in the Delta are with respect to water quality or water levels.
No, I don't think I made that claim.
Now, on page 19, lines 20 through 22, you state that there will be little or no diversions from the proposed North Delta diversions with the exceptions of health and safety requirements. Can you please explain what you mean by health and safety requirements?
Maybe Armin, you want to? Armin probably would be able to better explain about the health and safety operations.
Well, I actually,
minimum pumping
excuse
requirement?
me,
Yes.
I actually am curious as to what you meant by it. This is in your testimony.
Yeah, my understanding is that there are some minimum flows that are going to go through each diversion point for the health and safety reason. And those are small compared to the capacity. But as far as the details of it, if you want further details, I would suggest you ask that question to Mr. Armin Munevar.
And Dr. Nader-Charani, do you know what the input to the model was for health and safety diversions that you're referring to here in terms of CFS?
I believe they are 300 CFS each. Armin?
Yeah, the minimum pumping levels were 300 CFS per intake, so that was 900 CFS across the three. And so health and safety does not necessarily apply just to the North Delta intake, so it could be health and safety could be a combined pumping between both North and South Delta diversions. But I believe what's being referred to here is the 300 CFS at each of the three intakes in the North Delta.
So when this, on line 20, it says little or no diversions, is there really a time when there would be no diversions according to the scenarios you modeled? Or is it always at least 900 CFS?
I believe the way it was modeled, it was at least 900 CFS.
So is it incorrect to say no diversions on line 20?
Again, if you want to refer to the way the modeling was done, then the no diversion would not apply because we always assume those minimum health and safety requirements.
It could be that there actually is zero diversion. If there was not a need for the water south of the Delta, then that diversion would not occur.
Going back to Dr. Nader-Charani, on page 32 to 35, you discussed some of the specific limitations of the CalSIM and DSM-2 modeling. And there's several regarding CalSIM and a few regarding DSM-2. And could you tell us how don't these limitations also limit our ability to use the modeling to address the key question of injury to legal water users, the ones you've discussed here on these pages?
I don't believe that I think I was making it clear that if you are expecting based on the model results, these models are not the appropriate tools to predict daily or even a specific month what the outcome, for example, for water quality be. And and I was explaining what they're good at, what their strengths are, looking at the long-term averages, for example, based on water year types, or even looking at the probability of the exceedance based on a certain parameter. And I think in that sense, that's the way we would recommend the use of the model, proper use of the model in terms of what we expect the changes are going to be for specific locations in the Delta, whether you're talking about water quality or water level.
But you understand, Dr. Nader-Trani, that the specific 15-minute or 1-hour increment might be very important to a particular diverter in the delta with respect to water quality and water level.
I was just making the point that based on all the limitations of the model, you cannot cite large changes that would occur in 15 minutes and day or in a day or even a single month and expect that be the real outcome of how we would see it. That the models are not designed that way.
On page 36 at the top of your testimony, you have the heading that says the D1641 exceedances are not real, are generally not real. And I want to know, what do you mean? Do you mean that they wouldn't really occur? This is a very confusing heading in the context of we're talking about modeling, which we all know is not real, correct?
Objection. There were a couple questions asked there. Can you state them separately, please?
Ms. Meserve?
By stating that the exceedances shown by the model are generally not real, do you mean they wouldn't really occur?
No. I'm just saying that you cannot cite, it would be inappropriate to cite the exceedances that are reported under DSM-2 and claim it as these are what we expect the exceedances would be under in the future under California Waterfix. And we went through lengthy explanation and the fact that these exceedances are also shown under no action, and the fact that I think our operators showed the actual exceedances that have experienced and the large difference between the two. And I go into great length as to several reasons why I believe those model exceedances, those are clearly just model exceedances.
Would it be better to not use the term real in this heading, in your opinion, looking at it now?
The only reason I use real is because I notice a lot of Protestants are using the model information as if those are the expected outcome of California Waterfix. And I was just clearly making the point that that's not the case.
Now moving on to Ms. Parker, just have a couple of questions. And that's DOI 33. On page 2 of your testimony, you discuss the climate scenarios in which you say that the Q0 run was done for the fish agencies and is not part of the case in chief, right?
I don't know that I said that in my written statement, but that is the case.
And you discussed that this was not a full run, but it was the subject only to a sensitivity analysis, right?
I don't think that's quite right. It was a full run. We ran the calcium model. We did not subject that particular scenario or those scenarios run with the historical hydrology to the same level of scrutiny and refinement to which we worked on the models that were presented as part of the petition.
And now, isn't it true that when the BDCP formerly proposed project shifted to the Section 7 CWF, there was quite a bit of modeling that was carried over into what's now considered the case in chief, right?
Objection. This exceeds her, Ms. Parker's rebuttal testimony.
Ms. Meserve, why are we going here?
I'm wanting to discuss with the witness her testimony that it undermines the use of sensitivity analyses when relied upon by others, but at the same time, I believe that their case in chief relies heavily on models that were only subjected to sensitivity analysis after a very large change in the project was proposed. And I believe she's discussed the climate projections as the best example between those.
Ms. Parker, I don't believe that's what you did, but clarify.
Yeah, I think there's a misunderstanding. So the reason we brought up the Q0 runs was to specifically respond to the implication that petitioner modeling showed low storage conditions and that MBK modeling showed much better storage conditions. And as an inference, the idea was that Waterfix would cause, well, MBK modeling showed that storage conditions would be impacted by the Waterfix. So there were two stories there. One, petitioner modeling did have lower storage conditions than MBK modeling. Number two, the implication of MBK modeling was that the Waterfix caused caused a degradation in storage condition. So for us, using or looking at the Q0 results relative to the Q5 results, which were the petitioner's modeling presented for this process, that helped to demonstrate that the low storage conditions to which MBK objected were largely the result of using climate change impaired inflows. So that was argument number one. The second was that under our Q5 scenarios, the difference in storage conditions between the no action and the proposed action did not change. Whereas in MBK's studies, their studies did show a change in their proposed action. And then the rest of my testimony was about why that happened. Because that was where the predetermination of allocations and the assumption of the use of joint point for conveying CVP water south of the delta, that was where that helped to pull that storage condition down. So there's several different stories, but none of that had anything to do with the fact that Q0 is a sensitivity run that was used in a separate process. Does that help clarify?
Thank you. I have like 5 more questions, if you would
Quickly,
indulge me.
please.
Yes. On page 27 of your testimony, you discuss that Mr. Weaver cherry-picked a rare condition in 1932 and 1933, correct?
Yes.
And when you say those years were outliers, which I believe you did, those were drought years, right? I mean, outliers.
Yes. Well, an outlier is not necessarily a drought. An outlier condition is not necessarily always in a drought year, but I would say that drought years are stressed conditions in our calcium runs that do not necessarily or accurately predict how the projects would actually operate under those stressed conditions.
And you expect those stressed conditions or drought years would also occur in the future, right?
I'm pretty sure that drought conditions will occur in the future.
So it's reasonable in general to include analyses of drought years or outliers for purposes of understanding the effects of the proposed project, right?
Objection misstates the witness's testimony. She specifically said the drought years were not necessarily outliers and that outliers were not necessarily drought years.
Rephrase, Ms. Meserve.
I believe I said drought years. Is that the objection, is that she's talking about outliers and I said drought years? Is that the problem? I'm having a hard time following what the problem is. I guess my question is isn't it reasonable to include analysis of, let's say, use a new word, rare years for purposes of understanding the effects of the proposed project?
And I think that we do. We have drought years, we have the drought of record, and several other drought periods within the time period of record that's assessed by calcium modeling.
And we have to rely on the historic record in order to try to create those outputs, right?
I'm not sure what that means.
Well, we're not doing predictive modeling, right? We're doing based on the period of record.
We
So-
use either historical hydrology or historical hydrology that has been adjusted to reflect potential future climate change. And we use that hydrology time series as input to try to model a particular regulatory environment or a particular set of facilities to operate. And that's what we've done with the no action and the proposed action and comparing those two scenarios. In drought years, both scenarios, the no action and the proposed action, have to get through those drought years. What I think we've said is that calcium does not particularly depict specific operational decisions once it gets to a point where we have stressed water supply conditions. The droughts, I mean, the idea is that droughts are going to happen whether we have a water fix or not. And the no action and the proposed action depict really similar operations with and without the water fix, because the water fix is not contributing significantly to water supply in critically dry water years. I mean, I think everybody's modeling shows that. But we would recognize, or what I'm trying to point out, is that the specific difference in operations in 1 month in the middle of the drought of record does not necessarily correspond to a specific deliberate impact of the water fix operation. And that's what I'm talking about here, is that Mr. Weaver has depicted the difference in that release in July of 32 as indicative of the fact that the water fix is going to cause Folsom to be drawn down in critical years following dry years, or whatever the sequence was. And my rebuttal is specifically geared towards explaining that that's a pretty rare condition. That if you look at the drawdowns in critical years, and that gets the other, so that particular statement is actually about a sequence of flows in 1933. The other condition you asked about was in 1932, and that was a drawdown. So in both cases, what I think I've been trying to explain is that the drawdown that he objected to was not the result of a specific water fix operation, and taken in the totality of the results of both calcium models was pretty rare. I mean, it was like the second highest drawdown in the period of record. So like that, the point there is that it is not a consistent, deliberate indication, or it's not consistently, deliberately indicative of a specific impact of a water fix operation. The second issue was with the flow flip-flop. And again, if you look through the entire period of record, you've got 982 combinations of 3-month flows. And if you look at how many of high-low-high instances or low-high-low instances there are, there's really not that many. And given a consistent logic to which the model is just trying to react, and it's doing that in these cases within the middle of the drought period of record, when the system is operating with not a whole lot of leeway, that is not appropriate to pull out and say that is an indication that the water fix is going to cause conditions in Folsom that are not good. So that's what I was trying to clarify. Does that help? That's a long answer.
Based on what you just said, then, is it fair to say that your view of injury to water users is to take sort of a long view versus a specific point in time viewpoint of it?
I don't know what a long view is. When you look at the results of petitioners' proposed action study relative to their no action study, and I think this is something Mr. Minerva talked to you yesterday or the day before, or last week, sorry. So there are specific years where you could see a lower storage condition in that particular year. But then in a different year, you actually might see a higher storage condition. On the balance, on the distribution of all of those results, if we are not seeing more instances of lower storage, to us that indicates that the Waterfix is not deliberately drawing down storage and resulting in carryover storages that persist for years at a time. And that's what the results are. So when you go back to my storage condition argument, the results of the Waterfix relative to the results of the no action do not show lower storage conditions. And the instances of, should I just stop now or keep going?
Let's stop. Mr. Mazzara, are you here to
Yes.
stop the madness?
I'd like to move to strike the last answer to the question. I don't believe it was responsive, and it's rehashing the written testimony at length. If we're going to rehash all the written testimony that's already been subject to cross-examination, then those of us who conducted that cross-examination should be able to come back and recross. I don't think that's where we want to go with this hearing, so it'd be useful if we could keep the answers within the scope of the question. Thank you.
Well, it would also be helpful if the questions are not repeated again and again. Ms. Meserve, you will wrap up your cross-examination now, please. Do you have a final question? And Mr. Becerra has an objection that will be noted and responded to later.
Join in Mr. Becerra's objection.
I was trying to
Your
answer the
fault
question
for
about the long
asking the
view.
question. Your fault for asking the question, Ms. Meserve.
Well, it was a yes/no question, in my opinion.
Actually, there are no yes/no questions from what I've learned in conducting this hearing. Ms. Meserve.
The final question, just to follow up, it would be, however, in petitioner's interest, as you've just described it, to show that there is no or very little difference between the no action alternative and the model project being proposed, right?
Objection is to the phrase in the petitioner's interest. It's vague and ambiguous.
Sustain.
Thank you. I'm done.
Thank you, Ms. Meserve. We will now take a much-needed break, and we will resume at 2:55. right, it is 2:55. We are resuming, and Mr. Herrick is up next for cross-examination.
Thank you, John Herrick for South Delta Parties. I have a few questions for Mr. Lehi, Mr. Munavar, Munever, good, and Dr. Nidar Tarani. Everybody has covered many of the topics, so I believe I won't be anywhere near an hour, maybe a half hour, 40 minutes or something like that. The topics will include the rebuttal testimony of Mr. Lehi about contradicting Mr. Nomalini's assertions, rule curve for San Luis Obispo, or San Luis Reservoir, sorry. Mr. Munever, I have a few questions on his calculation of significant impact or injury. I won't go into that. And then his dealings with the ability to project J-pod and his ability to have the models deal with extreme drought conditions. And then lastly, for Dr. Nidar Tarani, I have a few questions on his explanation of how X2 or the barriers affect results that he's critiquing. And then lastly, the effectiveness of the model, given that he is saying the model can't be used in certain circumstances for, and this is my words, not his, short-term evaluations. So,
all right, thank you. Proceed.
Hearing officer, there were a few questions.
I have to follow up on this.
I'm trying to close them out for you if we can.
Thank you. And this is in response to Ms. Tabor's questioning.
Yes. So I was able to confirm at the break that the temperature modeling that was used for the riverine conditions is the Reclamation's HEC 5Q modeling, and for the delta temperature modeling, it's the DSM-2 temperature modeling that was conducted by RMA. Those are both documented in the BA in Appendix 5B. Separately, there were questions on the residence time that Mr. Bryan had relied upon. Those are also documented in Appendix 5B, no action, the H3+. They are also in the EIR-EIS Appendix 5A. Temperature modeling was not conducted for the Boundary 1 or the Boundary 2 analysis for this hearing.
Thank you. And before we return to Mr. Herrick, there were two, I guess, objections based on Ms. Meserve's cross-examination. One was made by Ms. Meserve with respect to the hydrodynamic slide in Mr. Lehi's, I think it was Mr. Lehi's presentation. That one we'll take under consideration. The other objection was from Mr. Becerra, joined in by Ms. Meserve in response to Ms. Parker's response to a question from Ms. Meserve. That objection is overruled. Ms. Parker, however, I will ask you, as much as I enjoy your detailed explanation, to be more concise in your answers. With that, Mr. Herrick.
If we could please pull up DWR 78, which is the testimony of Mr. Lehi. And on page number 4, please. Beginning with line number 10. Mr. Lehi, you see your testimony there. I'm going to ask you a question about the sentence that starts on line 10. Do you see that?
Yes.
And it says the conservative nature of the allocation process more often than not results in San Luis Reservoir storages that are higher than necessary to meet that year's allocated supply. You see that?
Yes.
Now, why do you use the term conservative nature if the operations of the products result in more water than San Luis than is needed for that year's allocations?
So the reference to conservative nature is when we're making allocation decisions in the spring, we've got the range of variability in terms of expected inflows into the reservoirs, into the system downstream, into the delta. By conservative, I'm talking about utilizing the low end of that range. So another way to put it, the drier end of that range in terms of making those using those assumptions in the study which supports the allocation to the state water projects. So in more times than not, when it comes down to the actual operations that summer, because we were conservative in those assumptions from the spring, in most cases there'll be additional inflows that the projects will be able to capture. And so that ends up in San Luis storage above and beyond what those conservative estimates were for an allocation earlier. So in other words, we don't want to overpromise the delivery capability in any one particular year.
But with regard to upstream storage, it's not conservative, it's the opposite of that. In other words, you operated to the benefit of moving water from the north to the south, not the opposite, correct?
No, I would disagree with that. So we would continue to operate to the carryover storages that we've been talking about, and which was displayed in the new exhibit that was introduced yesterday, and which Mr. Schutz questioned me on this morning. So
I'll get to that in a minute if that's a good place to stop. I'm not trying to cut you off.
Right. So I mean, as it relates to the upstream, so this is assumptions in the spring on what we're actually going to see later on in the summer. So it is conservative in terms of the lower end of the uncertainty range as far as the inflows into Oroville as well. So I guess I'm missing your point on it is on the conservative range as it relates to inflows into Oroville as well as flows downstream of the reservoirs into the delta.
I guess it's a perspective. It's conservative with regard to export supplies, but it's not conservative with regard to maximizing carryover. Would you agree with that?
No, I would not agree with that. Remember, these are estimates in terms of what we will expect to see now. What later in the year? So that it is true that the lower the allocation, then the more we would rely on the stored water in Lake Oroville, but ultimately, that's in response to actual conditions that are that we see later in the year.
Further down on the same page, beginning with line 18, you begin to discuss your disagreement with Mr. Nomalini's assertions with regards to exports and carryover. You see that?
Yes.
And in response to that, you've provided us with your PowerPoint, which is DWR 10. And if we could pull up slide number 6 on that, please. And you may not recall, but do you recall that Mr. Nomalini was discussing an instance in 2009 when he was making his point about whether or not carryover or exports should or should not occur? Do you recall that at all?
Yes, I somewhat remember that.
Okay. So in response to Mr. Nomalini's example of 2009, you give us data for the years 2011, 2012, and 2015. Is that correct?
Yes, I don't recall which year Mr. Nomalini was referencing during his testimony. I was just my rebuttal was to his general point that he was making.
And you picked these 3 years instead of giving us years in the modeled years. For what reason?
Just that these in the modeled years? I'm sorry, what do you refer to?
These hearings deal with CalSim 2 modeling, 82 years, and DSM 2 modeling, 16 years. And so I'm just asking you, pick 3 years to give examples of that are outside of either those modeled periods. I'm just asking why.
Oh,
there's a
well, in the operations office, we deal more with historical data. And so that's why I chose historical data, which we have is readily accessible to us. And these 3 years are just representative of these 3 different year types.
And for the year 2012, you show that 860,000 acre-feet of storage was exported in a below normal year out of Oroville. Is that correct? Or released for export?
That's correct.
And so is that in conflict with Mr. Nomalini's point that if additional storage is maintained rather than being exported, it would be available for the following year? Or is that in agreement with Mr. Nomalini?
No, it's not in agreement. So the point, and maybe I didn't make the point very well, but the point I'm trying to make is the timing is very important in terms of when we are, so the winter period, as I've said in my testimony, is typically there is unstored flows available for export. If we were not to pick those up, that's not going to help the storage conditions in Lake Oroville whatsoever, because that source of that water is from someplace other than Lake Oroville storage, by definition. And so for the projects to not export those flows in a winter, even if it is a dry year, turns out to be a dry year, it wouldn't serve it wouldn't go to conserving any upstream storage. So the projects capturing that water, putting it to beneficial use, will have zero effect on the stored water later in the year.
But for 2012, your point applies to the bottom 2 bars, not the top one, which is releases for export.
That's correct. And the block of 0.86 million acre feet, the red block there, that would be stored releases that are typically made during the summer. So, I think my understanding from Mr. Nomalini's testimony was he was talking about early in the year when it's not clear what type of year it's going to be. Well, it's not really relevant what type of year it's going to be. Either the flows are excess or they're not to the system at that time in which the exports are taking place.
But in your testimony on line 24, you said project exports are generally supported during the winter and early spring months by runoff. So that's not always the case, what you just said. You do export stored water in those months that Mr. Nomalini was talking about, correct?
No, typically we do not. Typically in the winter, there will always be some unstored flow available for export, even if we're not in excess conditions. Even if we're in balanced conditions, there would typically be unstored flow available for export in the wintertime.
Mr. Leah, that didn't answer the question. I asked you generally, you said use the term generally, which means sometimes you do, and you said, no, typically not. The question is, are there times in those winter, spring months when you're exporting stored flow that, as Mr. Nomalini says, if you didn't, would be either left in storage for later use or later delivery?
The only stored water I could think of that might be released in the wintertime and is exported perhaps is a flood storage that was encroached into flood control space. I can't think of any other instance where stored water would be released for export in the wintertime.
Even during the drought periods that we just experienced? You weren't releasing stored water in wintertime? Excuse me for going up at the end of that sentence?
We would have to revisit the historical record for that particular year that we're looking at. But the only other example I could think of would be a release of stored water to support maybe a minimum level of health and safety pumping. But other than that, I can't think of any other example of when that would occur of what you described.
Do you know how much carryover was available, was in Oroville at the end of 2012 water year?
At the end of water year 2012?
Yes.
Offhand, I don't know.
Okay. But that entire block of released for export, regardless of the time of year it was released, could have gone to that carryover storage and been available in the subsequent drought years, correct?
Well, this was the year that the report that was offered as an exhibit and actually looked at this particular year. And what it showed was essentially the more unstored flow and the wetter the conditions, the more of that stored water we would leave as carryover for the following year. So with the higher allocations. With the lower allocations, we would move some additional stored water, but we wouldn't be utilizing all of our capacity and moving all of it. So some of it would be left for carryover supplies for the following year.
Mr. Lehigh, that's not what I asked you. What I asked you is, of that 860,000 acre feet that was released from storage for export in 2012, if that had not been released for export, it would have been carryover, correct? Regardless of the policies or current operations of the project.
Objection. That calls for speculation. We don't know what kind of water year would have followed that.
But if it's not released, then it's carryover.
It would be carryover. I'm assuming that there wouldn't have been any other reason to release it. Of course, when you develop a project, you expect to get some water supply from it.
Is that a yes?
I'm not sure. It's likely that it would remain as carryover. I can't say definitively that that's...
Okay, and I'm not trying to make this complicated. I'm not trying to trick you. I'm just trying to say that if it's not released from storage, so it remains in storage, it'll be there for the following year. Now, yes, we could come up with conditions where somebody else would use it then, but the general point is less release of storage for exports means more carryover, correct?
Generally, yes.
Now, on your slide number 6, which is still up there, is it correct to say that the designation of the releases is performed after the fact, not at the time that they're being released? And if I may clarify that, at any time in, say, 2012, when you're making releases, somebody doesn't go to a notebook or a spreadsheet on a computer and say, this is what everything was for, but at the end of the year or sometime during the year, then DWR and or the Bureau look back and say, we will designate this for that use. Is that correct?
No, I don't think that's correct. I think it's pretty clear in real time, relatively, whether or not we're releasing water for export, specifically for export. It would be clear in real time.
But you can you not say, instead of making releases for Feather River requirements, you could just label all of the releases as exports and take care of Feather River fishery requirements, and so you wouldn't have to label it fishery water. Isn't that correct?
Well, we'd be required to make the releases for the minimum Feather River flows regardless of whether we were releasing water for export. So
yes.
It's independent.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, but the point is that you get to choose how it's designated, and that then determines the accounting at the end of the year.
Not really. We don't get to choose whether we release that water for minimum in-stream flow requirements or not.
Well, let me give you a bad example. I apologize, because I'm going to the federal project. They have obligations for dissolved oxygen on the Stanislaus, and they have obligations for water quality at Vernalis. If they release a block of water to meet Vernalis, they meet the dissolved oxygen. If they meet water for the dissolved oxygen, they may meet the Vernalis standard. So it's up to the project to determine how they allocate those releases if they perform if they result in more than one benefit, correct?
Well, for the example you gave for the State Water Project and Lake Oroville operations, the two different purposes that you're talking about, one is discretionary and one is not. So that one, in my mind, is very clear that the non-discretionary purpose is how it would be categorized as the primary purpose of the release.
Okay, if we go to slide number, excuse my colorblind eyeball, slide number 8 instead of 6. And those are different bar charts than the ones on slide number 6, correct?
Correct.
And again, you don't have to agree with me, but by comparing 6 and 8, it seems to suggest that the designation of what the water's for doesn't necessarily result in the actual use or export of that water. Would that be a correct statement?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question, please?
Yeah, slide 6 says the primary sources of water for export, and it has certain bars. And then slide 8 says primary reasons for Lake Oroville releases, and the two don't really match, especially with regard to, the two don't really match. Is that an indication that there are post hoc decisions about what the water was actually released for and ultimately used for, or not?
No, I don't think so. Like I said, it's pretty clear when we're making releases whether we're making discretionary releases for export or not. So that's known in real time.
Sorry. Turning to page 7 on your testimony, which is DWR 78. And beginning on line number 6. You say that the project balances the needs of the current year with the risks for meeting the many requirements and beneficial purposes of storage in subsequent years. In this balancing process, the SWP policy is to incrementally increase conserved storage for subsequent years as the available water for water supply deliveries in the current year increases. You see that?
Yes.
So this gets to I think the heart of the rule curve issue that we've been discussing, or various people have been discussing. You're telling us by this that carryover storage for the following year is a function of exports and increases to exports. Is that correct?
Well, there is one component of the carryover storage that is essentially that balance of state water project supplies and those supplies only in terms of balancing the needs of the current year versus carryover to subsequent years for protection in drier years.
So the rule curve, or whatever the controlling policy is, it doesn't set a number for storage based upon that year type. It is a number that's developed based upon an available supply, which can be divided between exports and carryover. Is that correct?
Yeah, so I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
The carryover storage in at least Oroville is not a function of that year type specifically. In other words, it doesn't come up with a specific number needed. Rather, the carryover is a function of the available supply and its division between exports and carryover storage, ignoring other needs of the reservoir.
Yes, I think that's generally true, yes.
So again, I'm not criticizing the decision, but when you look in hindsight, when you have 2012, a below normal year, and then you have some horrific drought years after that, would it be better to have a number for the carryover rather than a calculation that divides up the supply?
No, actually, I don't believe it would be.
Okay. So if the exports are 860,000 acre feet in 2012 from storage, are we to assume that carryover is something at or above that number for 2012?
Well, certainly the carryover was higher than that number.
Okay. So if somebody had decided to increase carryover but not exports, there would have been more water for the following drought years available in storage, correct?
That's entirely possible. If the following year was a wet year and you carried that storage over, you might end up spilling it. So, you won't know from year to year
Correct.
what to expect.
Turning to slide number 10 on DWR, 10. Now, I have to start this with a rhetorical question, which is what the heck is this? Now, Mr. Lehi, am I correct in that the years given only present 3 months of the year? Is that correct?
Right. It's showing the 3 months of the year where the vast majority of any stored water for export would occur, and that's the July through September period.
And it is July through September, correct?
Correct.
But then you draw a line from each September to the next year's July. Is that correct? Because you have continuous lines.
Well, okay. So each point, there's really only one point for each year, which is the total volume of export for that 3-month period. So the months aren't broken out. It's just a combined lumping of 3-month volume together for each year.
Yeah, but there's not just one point in each year. There's a line. I'm not trying to beat this to death, but when you look at this, it suggests that exports or unmet demand or, excuse my color bias, it suggests that there are continuous change in those parameters, whereas it's only 3-month increments, right?
Well, we could have just as easily just put points on for each column, because there's only 1 point for each column, which is the lumped 3-month volume. So yeah, we didn't need to use a line necessarily if that's if that's causing the confusion. It could just be single point for each year.
But what this is telling us is that at certain times there's unused capacity at the state and or federal pumps, which might be used for joint point, correct?
Well, not only joint point, but it could be used just for moving additional state water project supplies as well.
Right. Okay, thank you. Turning to page 6, the bottom of 6 to the top of 7, please. That's not the right site, I'm sorry. Going back to the quote I just read on page 7, I apologize for that. Starting line 6, I read those 2 sentences. Sorry. Is the State Water Project balancing any other of its obligations with carryover and exports?
I think it's primarily the State Water Project supplies.
Okay. And so in fact, the State Water Project is then balancing, not creating a priority between exports and carryover. Is that correct? Is that a fair statement?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Is it correct to say that the operations of the State Water Project with regard to Oroville don't give carryover storage a priority over exports? They balance the two to some degree?
They balance the two to some degree, yes.
Thank you. Forget that one. Turning to slide number 15 on DWR 10. Sorry for jumping back and forth. Mr. Lehi, this is this is one of the slides from your PowerPoint discussed in your testimony. And in this, you're trying to depict the timing of exports generally under pre and post BIOPS. Is that correct? Generally.
Yes, that's correct.
And under the pre-BIOPS, there was significantly more exports in January, February, March, April, and May, maybe June too. Is that correct?
Correct.
And subsequent to the BIOPS, then the State Water Project had to shift to exports in July and August. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, under the Waterfix, you say that the project will try to reestablish those January, February, March, and April exports by taking more surplus flow, correct?
Well, I think with the project, we don't expect to completely recover the availability of that excess flow, but I think the hope is at least to restore some of that former capability.
And then I believe the testimony was that actually results in increased upstream storage because upstream storage was not needed for any of those earlier releases. Would that be a fair statement?
Well, if anything, I would expect, if not the same upstream, I wouldn't expect a decrease in upstream storages with the Waterfix because of the application of the policy and the rule curve, as you call it.
Yes, DWR doesn't intend to give up those July and August exports, do they?
There would be, by adhering to the same policy, there would be a natural progression towards more of the pre-BIOP pattern.
That's not my question. You're still going to try to do exports in July and August because you have storage to support that, correct?
No, not if the same rule curve is applied as today. We would, if anything, leave the higher export of excess flows in the spring would generally result in higher allocations, which would then support higher carryover storages as a result. So I would expect less movement of stored water during July and August with the Waterfix.
But you just told us that higher carryover under the rule curve for Oroville results in additional exports. That's how you balance those two things.
No, the additional exports are coming from the export of excess flows in the spring. That's the source of the additional export for deliveries, and so that's why those additional export of excess flows would be a substitute for the stored water that we're moving from Oroville in the summer currently.
But some of that excess flow is flowing into Oroville from upstream, right?
Well, there is.
As the water enters the reservoir, you're making decisions about allocations for exports and for carryover.
Right, and well, some of that additional flow would be kept as additional carryover as a result of higher allocations that could be possible with the Waterfix.
Let me switch to Mr. Monever, if I may. Mr. Monever, and I'm going to destroy your name. I apologize. Now I'm completely confused about how to correctly pronounce it, but I'm trying. Your testimony is DWR 86. If we could pull that up, please. And first, I'd like to go to page 30 and 31, pages 30 and 31.
I think we want the errata.
That may be, but I'm looking at just the testimony, DWR 86. Yes, thank you. And you say at the bottom of page 30 and the beginning of page 31 that these generalized rules, referring to CalSim 2 model rules, have been developed based on historical operational trends and on limited CVP, SWP operator input, and only provide a coarse representation of the project operations over the hydrologic conditions considered. You see where you say that?
Yes.
Now this gets to the important part of one of the issues before us, and there have been lots of questions, so I don't want to beat this to death, but you do understand that this proceeding is to result in someone else deciding whether or not there's injury to other users of water, correct? That's one of the things to be found.
That's my understanding, yes.
And the tools being used by the petitioners include CalSim 2 and then DSM 2 in order to evaluate the impacts from the proposal, correct?
Correct. Evaluate the changes associated with the Waterfix.
Now, when you say that the CalSim 2 model outputs only provide a coarse representation of the project operations, do you understand the difficulty people are having determining whether or not there are short-term impacts that constitute injury resulting from the proposed project? You understand that?
Objection calls for speculation. Witness can't know what others are thinking.
Well, let me put it there. I'm thinking that. But so
Oh,
do you,
dear.
do you understand the point I'm making, that the process is trying to determine or quantify or label the impacts from the project? Do you understand that?
Yeah, I think I just stated that. Yeah.
And do you believe that the impacts from the project can only be described in long-term or long-term average coarse representations?
I don't think that's how I testified.
Okay, well, I'm asking you. So do you believe that the CalSim 2, I'll get to DSM 2 later, do you believe that CalSim 2 can be used for short-term evaluation of impacts? And by short-term, I mean less than a multi-year average.
I think as the model was applied here for the Waterfix hearing, it is best used in a comparative long-term capability. You could apply the model in a very different fashion to look at an annual type of operation, but that is not what's been presented here.
Okay. And that's what I'm getting at. So I'll make a hypothetical here, excuse me. The hypothetical is in any particular year, an effect on a stream flow or a storage number might constitute an adverse impact to someone. Later on, somebody may decide whether or not that's injury, but might result in an adverse impact. Is your presentation as part of these proceedings allowing the decision maker to see whether or not there are those short-term, less than a year or within a year impacts?
Objection calls for legal conclusion. Mr. Herrick's asking Mr. Munivar to do the hearing officer's job.
I believe Mr. Herrick is asking Mr. Munivar, as a modeler, whether or not his work might be used in that manner.
Yes, and I would add to that I'm asking him about the ability to measure or predict short-term effects, with the caveat that those would then be used by the decision maker later. He doesn't have to make those decisions of what it constitutes. But I'm trying to find out if you think the modeling that's been done for CalSim 2 will allow the determination of less than a year impacts on things like carryover storage, deliveries, stream flow, things like that?
If one were to determine that such analysis is needed to determine impacts.
Yes, just a
And
hypothetical.
he is not asking Mr. Munevar to make that determination, just whether or not the modeling and the modeling results could be used that way.
I'll answer that the best I can. The modeling as presented demonstrates a possible way that Waterfix would operate under a long range of hydrologic conditions. That includes months, years, decades, droughts, and wet periods. To use the model to isolate one particular event would not be an appropriate application for this modeling, but to look at it from the whole in terms of its distribution of changes or no changes, as we've argued here, is an appropriate use of the model. If you wanted to run this in an operational sense, it would be a different approach, and probably Mr. Lehigh would be more involved in that type of operation.
So I take from your answer that we could, and by we I mean either the Bureau or DWR or anybody else, we could do different modeling to predict as best we could certain impacts in specific years or year types, but that but we didn't do that. The modeling presented is that long-term average method, I'll say. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. So
please correct
the
me.
modeling we presented, and I think we've tried to be very clear, we've shown them both in exceedance levels, which show every year. We've shown year type averaging, so these are not long-term averages. They're partitioned by individual year types or showing the full range of years as through exceedance analyses.
Okay, but your year types are a combination of 82 of those your year types are all of the, say, critical years in that 82-year period. They're not individual years.
Correct. Those could be averages of 7 to 10 years.
Okay, so you corrected me and said I was wrong, that you were using yearly results. You're not using that. You're using averages of each year type. Is that correct?
Your question was related to long-term averages, and that was what I was responding to.
Okay.
So we do not necessarily use long-term averages, although we view them. We then try to look at exceedance plots, and then we look at, if for some presentation it makes more sense to present them by year types, which is a subset of that long-term average partitioned into 5 different classes of years.
But when you take every critical year in the 82-year record and average it, you don't think that's a long-term average?
No, I do not.
Okay. I realize I'm not being as short and concise as I promised. I apologize. On page 14 of your testimony, please. And on the main paragraph on that page, starting with line 9, you're talking about the San Luis rule curve. You see that?
Yes, I do.
And the San Luis rule curve is the rule curve to determine what? Preferences on how much water gets delivered to San Luis?
So it's really a model implementation that tries to emulate operator behavior on when to move stored water from upstream storage to south of the delta storage.
And on line 21, you say the San Luis rule curve could and should change when the ability to capture surplus water or export of stored water has changed due to the regulatory or infrastructure modifications. And there's more to that, but that's right. You see that?
Is that line 21 you said?
Starting on line 21.
Could you scroll down there, please?
Oh, sorry.
Yes, yeah, I see it.
So wouldn't it be correct to say then that if the California Waterfix adds the ability to capture more water, that the San Luis rule curve should change in order to maximize more exports. Isn't that what you're saying there?
I do agree that it should change, but not for the reasons that you mentioned there. It should change because of the change in behavior of the timing of exports. I think Mr. Lehigh's plot of the, I believe it was 2005 and 2011 were good examples in that if you had more exports in the winter and spring, therefore you may not need to move water out of storage in the summer. And that's what the San Luis, adjustments to the San Luis rule curve can emulate that operational behavior under a different set of infrastructure. So with the Waterfix, we are able to divert more of excess flows, in quote, during winter and spring, and therefore have a reduced need to move stored water in the summer out of Oroville or upstream storage on the CVP side.
Unless you wanted to maximize San Luis storage for the next year, correct?
Well, that's not how the projects are typically operated, and that's not how the rule curve is implemented.
On page 16, line, excuse me. Getting the wrong page here. Oh, because I'm on the wrong page. On page 16, starting with line 13. Excuse me, on line 17, you make the point that it's not possible for reclamation to include JPOD when doing its March through May allocation estimates. Is that correct?
That's correct, in reference to Mr. Parker's testimony.
If we could pull up DWR 902, please. And scroll down, I think it's the last page.
And let me make sure I'm clear. Is 902 still 902?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
That I don't know. Mr. Monever, you see that this last page of 902 is titled Hydrologic Exceedance. You see that?
I do.
And in the bottom right-hand corner, it's labeled 2/29/2012, correct?
Correct.
And this is, in fact, an estimation as of February how much capacity might be available for JPOD, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm not familiar with this this document. This would probably be a better question for Mr. Lehigh.
Mr. Lehigh, you see this page in front of you?
Yes, I do.
So in fact, DWR then is estimating available capacity in the summer months as of the end of February?
Yes, and what this indicates, well, you can see the hydrologic exceedances on the top there. And so you see a 50% arrow, and it's a range because of the variations in the application of the biological opinions. But if you go down to the bottom, you will also see that there's in some of the scenarios there would be zero available capacity for that's not being utilized by the State Water Project, and in other cases there would be some. So even at this point in time, it'd be 50-50 whether or not there'd even be any unused capacity available. What this also does not show is even in the cases where there would be unused capacity available, there'd be a big question mark as far as how much of that unused capacity would be taken up by third-party transfers. So there would be a great deal of uncertainty in terms of how much might be available for the CVP in order for JPOD operations.
Well, Mr. Lehi, that's informative, but the question was, as of the end of February, the State Water Project is estimating potentially available JPOD opportunities. Whether the predictions are amazingly accurate or not is not the question. Would you agree that as of the end of February, that's what the State Water Project did in this particular year?
Well, yes, I agree. The prediction, there is an estimate, but the estimate is all over the board. It's anything from 0 to a significant amount.
Well, and then I'll go back to Mr. Manover. That's why I asked the question, because in your testimony you said it's not possible for reclamation to include JPOD export wheeling capacity when it's in the process of its March through May allocation estimates. So it is possible. Are you trying to say that it may not be accurate?
Well, I think because the estimations at this point in time are across the board and that they're not necessarily articulating a CVP available capacity, the CVP does not rely upon joint point of diversion estimates in their allocation setting.
Well, regardless, once you've made your estimations of deliveries earlier in the year, when joint point opportunities arise in the summer, is there some reason the Bureau wouldn't take advantage of those opportunities because they didn't estimate them earlier in the year?
They may move water through joint point of diversion, but only to support an allocation that was already made without the estimation of joint point of diversion, or to make up for lack of exports during a different period of the year. I think Mr. Lehi's plot showed that the limited amount of joint point of diversion use by the CVP over the course of those 10 plus recent years.
I'm not sure that answered my question at all. No offense. Is there a reason why the Bureau would not take advantage of joint point diversion opportunities in the summer or fall months, even though they had not estimated those earlier in the year?
Objection. He's asking what the Bureau would do. He's the modeler, not the operator.
So is there a reason why you would not model that, Mr. Munever?
And I thought I answered it. Even in the modeling, if there was a need to use joint point of diversion and the capacity was available in the summer, we do simulate some use of joint point of diversion. The difference is in relying upon an estimate of available joint point of diversion and setting an allocation back in March, April, and May, which is a very different level of certainty than operating on a very opportunistic basis as it arises during the course of the summer.
Mr. Manover, we heard earlier that there were scenarios under the California Waterfix that resulted in less exports to the CVP contractors than the no-action alternative. It hasn't been determined apparently between DWR and USBR how they might address that, but would not joint point opportunities that arose after the initial allocations for contractors be one method of addressing that decrease in supplies?
Objection calls for speculation.
Well, it might be some speculation, but I think it's appropriate.
I would suggest you reframe your questions, keeping in mind that Mr. Munever is the modeler, not the operator.
Mr. Manover, have you modeled joint point opportunities in summer and fall in order to make up for other modeled results that show decreases in supplies to the CVP contractors as a result of California Waterfix?
No, I've not.
Okay. Lastly, with regard to Mr. Manover, you go on at length, I don't mean that as a criticism, describing why you can't model the extreme drought conditions and those unforeseen circumstances. Do you recall that? And that's a very rough description.
In general, yes.
Now, what many of us don't understand is why can't we have model results that tell us how we start a historic drought year, and then look at the available supply, and then have the projects tell us what they would do with it, and then we could determine whether or not there are effects. Why can't that be done?
I think for a number of reasons. I think first is that all of our modeling represents a no action with a trending sea level rise or an increase in sea level, a change in climate, which creates conditions that are likely to be more exacerbated than what we've observed. And secondly, there are competing interests that appear to be at the same levels of priority that cannot all be maintained during those stress conditions. We don't feel it's appropriate for the modeling to make those decisions or adaptations or adjustments in response to climate change. We were intending to implement a no action and a water fix and compare them under identical conditions and express how the water fix would change those conditions.
Well, your modeling will tell us what the conditions are as of the year before any historic drought, correct? Doesn't mean they're accurate, but the model will give outputs for, 1975 before the 76-7 drought. The model will tell us what it thinks will be the conditions the year before the drought, correct?
Correct, assuming we know the droughts are coming.
No, I'm just saying that we're looking back now. We're doing modeling. And so the model tells us what the conditions are the year before a drought.
Partially correct. So yes, in terms of I understand where you're going, but I want to stress that we're use the historic sequence not to go back in time. We're looking forward in time, and we're saying, what if we had that kind of variability in the future? How would we operate a no action in the future? How would we operate the water fix in the future? So we're really looking at future conditions, not even though we label them as 1976, 77, we're looking at sequences of historic variability, but operating them in the future.
Okay, but that's a distinction without, we're using the historic record, running the models under whatever scenario, and then looking at them, whether or not it's somebody saying it's 1975 or it's a 1975 type year in the model. That's what we're doing. We're trying to run the model to see what happens under each scenario for those hydrologic conditions.
I would disagree with that. The sequences are the same. We look at future land use, we look at future sea level rise, we look at future climate change. So those future conditions are different than the direct observed historic conditions.
But those all go into the model. So we're doing the modeling scenarios with all those changes, and we're looking at the historic record as possible hydrologic conditions, and then we're getting outputs, correct?
Possible hydrologic variability is the way I would describe it.
Okay. So if we know that there's a 76, 77 drought after 1975, and we run all the scenarios with as you said, with all the climate change and all those things, it will tell us in 1975 how much carryovers in each reservoir, correct?
The model will project a storage condition and the no action in the water fix in the year preceding an anticipated drought.
It's projecting what would be there. So why can't the Bureau or DWR then just make an assumption and say, okay, next year, this is how much snow falls and when? Why can't they then tell us how projects operate in both the no action and any other scenario? Why can't they tell us how that would work? As you said, there may be not enough water for everybody, but why can't you tell us how much is available and how much you would allocate to your priorities?
That sounds more like a question for an operator than a modeler,
Yeah.
Mr. Herrick.
The way he phrased that, he keeps saying, why can't you tell us what reclamation would do?
Well, I'm not sure how to answer that because we're talking about modeling when we're examining the effects of the project. And so, yes, any ultimate decision may be made by someone else, but why can't the modelers assign uses of the limited supply in those drought times so we can all look at what the effects are? And I believe Mr. Munavar is telling us you can't do that, and I'm trying to explore why you can't do that. Now, yes, somebody may decide to do something else, but Why can't we look at this?
Mr. Munever, are you able to answer?
I'll do the best I can. So just to clarify, during the years preceding droughts, and in many cases, the first year or two of droughts are not the ones that are driving what we're calling stress supply conditions. It's only when we reach the point where we now do not have sufficient supply to allocate to all high priority needs in Delta requirements, other senior water right users, et cetera, that there's not enough supply to go around. And in order for the modeling to say, how do we make it through that dire condition under climate change and sea level rise and hydrologic variability, would require us as the modelers to describe a new priority system that is really the purview of the board and not the modeling folks. I think this is a philosophical difference that many people have, and we have very explicitly did not go into that territory of trying to define what are the new priorities and how do we manage through that very complex system, which is regulatory driven, could be upstream adaptations. Each drought is very unique. These are not things that you generalize in a rule in the modeling and lay out a result, and then the result is questioned because you imposed all of these policy or regulatory decisions from the modeling folks into the analysis. So we've been very clear and philosophically attempting not to do that on purpose.
Well, you said in your testimony and just now that that's the board's decision, but what do you base that upon? That's the permit holder and party who's subject to a biological opinion. That's their obligation. It's not somebody else's job to tell them what to do, is it?
Objection. That calls for a legal conclusion.
Sustain.
Mr. Munovar, doesn't the Calsim 2 contain a scripting language that would allow you to do just what we're talking about? Can't you make those iterative changes and go through the various scenarios to see how the various limited supplies might be allocated in the situations we've been discussing?
This is not a limitation of the model capabilities to do it. It's a limitation that we feel that modelers should not be making those regulatory priority or adaptation decisions.
So your answer to Mr. Herrick is that yes, you could, that the model could do that.
Yes, one could, but I would be very wary of going down that path.
Thank you.
Okay, I see I'm well over. Let me move to Dr. Nader Tarani, and I'll be as quick as I can. I apologize.
And how much time do you anticipate needing?
I'll do it in 15 minutes.
Let me ask the court reporter, do you need like a 5-minute break? No, you good? Okay.
Dr. Nader Tarani, if we could start with your testimony, which is DWR 79 on page 10, please. Excuse me, page 11, sorry. And begin on line 5, that's in front of you, see that? You say that Dr. Burke reports reduction in water levels, blah, blah, blah. In his analysis, he did not specify the time periods during which those large differences were detected. Do you see that?
Yes, I do see that. Mm-hmm.
And if we turn to your PowerPoint, which is DWR 50, and we go to page, slide 12. You've included in your testimony presentation Dr. Burke's slide from SDWA 77, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, this is a plot of the changes in elevation between boundary 1 and the no action alternative from October 75 through October 91, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so he is giving us the timeframes for those changes, right? You said he didn't, but he did in fact.
Well, what I was actually referring to was those larger impacts. For example, you see one instance where you were seeing about more than a foot, 4 feet of reduction in water level, and I believe in his report, I don't think he specified that, and I think he was asked that in the testimony, and I don't think he responded to that question.
Well, let's go through that. You can see that each square of this diagram or chart is a year, correct?
That's correct.
And the width of that, I'll say October 84
Yes.
spike, the width of that is, what, is that 1/10 of the square or 1/11 or 1/9 or something? It's somewhere around that, correct? It's not just a single line.
Well, the problem with this depiction, as I see it, is that I believe, if I'm not mistaken, he took 15-minute output and subtracted the water level for, did a no action minus boundary 1. So what you see here, if I understood his methodology, you can figure out there are 96 time steps in a day, multiplied by 365, multiplied by 16 years. So that's as many points as you see here. And so therefore, just because it's a 4 foot of reduction, it doesn't mean that it lasted for how long, what period it was, and that's what I was trying to get at. And I was trying to provide further clarification as to what months did he observe those larger differences, and what was the reason for those reductions? Was it the North Delta diversions, or was it something else?
Okay, well, let's narrow it down a little bit. So you don't believe this chart shows somewhere around a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks of decreases with a maximum of just over 4 feet. That's not a couple of weeks of decreased water levels, somewhere above 2, somewhere below 2 feet?
I think this plot by itself would by itself would not. But when you look at when I further look at it as a 3-month window, then I think it makes it clear as to the extent of when those reductions would occur.
So you say in your testimony that you tried to duplicate his work. Isn't this straight out of DSM-2? Did you in fact duplicate his work?
I just took the DSM-2 output straight as the same way that Dr. Burke took. We just simply did a post-processing.
But you didn't, you gave us the maximums. You didn't tell us what was on the shoulder of those maximums, did you?
What slide are you referring to?
Well, in your testimony, you have a table 1 on page 13. You see that? Move to strike.
Oh, you're referring to table 1?
Your table 1 on page 13
12,
of your
yes.
rebuttal. You see that?
Yes.
Now, so you gave us the 15-minute interval that showed the maximum decrease that occurred on, maximum decreases that occurred on Mr. Burke's slide, correct?
Well, I'm sorry, I lost that. Can you repeat the question?
Your table 1 gives us those 3 15-minute intervals from DSM-2 of those lowest numbers, which are the greatest decreases in water level, from Dr. Burke's thing.
I want to be clear. I don't think I necessarily said that the reductions you see only last for 15 minutes.
I think you specifically say that in here.
Do I? I don't know if I did, and if that's what I said. Can you show me what you're referring to?
You see the 3 largest reductions in water levels are found in a single 15-minute time step during 3 different months.
Yes, but I don't think I said that at other times you don't see that.
Okay, well, that was my original question that we've gotten away from. You didn't then tell us in your rebuttal to Mr. Burke
Yes.
how or what the shoulders of each of those maximum decreases were, correct?
And I think I would like to go to my DWR 50. And
Is there, I don't mean to interrupt you, and you can explain as much as you want,
slide
but
15, I think, would then represent that in this case, the large reductions would actually apply for probably the entire month of September. It wouldn't necessarily be 4 feet all month long, but that reduction in water level actually apply for pretty much the entire month of September. And I was citing the reason for that would be the large differences in flow versus the no action, where no action is modeled to meet the Fall X2 requirement, but the boundary one was modeled, sorry, take that back. No action was modeled to meet Fall X2 requirement, boundary one did not.
okay, thank you, Dr. Nadertrani, but you didn't answer my question. We'll get to the reasons why you think it's okay to ignore that. That's fine. But my question to you was, why did you not give us the shoulders of the greatest decreases in water levels when you told us only the 15-minute interval of those 3 greatest decreases?
I didn't have any particular reason. And I think the plot that I was referring to, which is slide 15 in my DWR 50, clearly illustrates the extent to which I am showing those reductions. So I'm not sure by what you mean. This is what you will see. I'm comparing the minimum daily stage for no action versus boundary one, and you see those large differences persist pretty much the entire month of September.
Okay, let me start over. Let's go back to slide 12, please. Okay, let's ignore those three spikes that you refer to, okay?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And let's go to the period from, let's say, and this is very general, just looking at the chart, October 78 through, October 83. You see that time frame?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Regardless of the spikes, does not this show us that the California Waterfix, regardless of the months, is decreasing water levels somewhere around and up to a foot? Is that correct? Of course, that's not in every instance, but
I think the next plot gives a better depiction as to the extent of those reductions. So if you can show the next slide.
You're going to have to...
This would be a great example of what you would expect.
Dr. Nadertrani,
yes.
I appreciate your efforts, and I'll let you explain everything, but I do request that you answer the question I ask you.
Mm-hmm.
So if we go back to 15,
yes.
excuse me, 12,
mm-hmm.
Would you or would you not agree that for the time frame I specified, it shows that the Waterfix generally decreases water levels, whether it's a foot or foot average, but there's a significant decrease over that time frame rather than normally an increase or even.
And it varies. And I think in my direct testimony last year, I did specify what those reductions are expected to be under higher flows and lower flows. So yes, there are times where there would be 1 foot and possibly even higher. And I think I went over those reasons.
Okay, but I'm not asking if you went over them before. So let me start again. And I'll approach it from another angle. From October 78 through October of 82, do any of those decreases in water level adversely impact someone who diverts water in that area?
I don't think I can comment on whether it would adversely impact someone.
Okay. You have told us a number of times, both on direct and in the rebuttal, about the reasons it's not important or it doesn't significantly affect or it's not a big number. But that's what we're doing here. Somebody's looking at this data and yours and making a determination of impacts. So unless there's some other DWR witness, I'm asking you about your claims as to whether or not this is an adverse impact.
I'm not going over whether the information I'm presenting would necessarily lead to a direct impact to a legal user of water.
Okay.
I was just trying to explain the extent of what those expected reductions are, both in terms of the 16 years and the 2-year low flow period.
And so that would be your same answer with regard to the spikes. However long the duration is, you don't have a opinion as to whether or not those spikes translate into an adverse impact to a diverter in the area.
No, I'm not claiming it that as
Okay.
you know, I was merely explaining why those spikes are there.
Now, you then also explain in your rebuttal testimony that, many of these adverse impacts to water levels are a result of the X2 in boundary 1. Is that correct?
The fall X2.
Yeah. That yes.
Because they're, and I was
Okay,
referring to the large,
Dr.
the three
Parviz,
largest.
Dr. Nader,
Sure.
I'll get to that, but
Sure.
I have to lead to it rather than have the answer to the third question and to the first question. So your testimony generally explains why you believe that the significant impacts to stage or water level occur during times when fall X2 would be implemented, correct? Or not implemented?
Yeah, I want to make sure my testimony is clear. I'm just saying with regards to the picture you see here, those larger differences are attributed to fall X2.
Yes, we've heard that numerous
Yes.
times.
Yes.
So I don't have an explanation beyond that,
All right.
I'm not looking for explanations. I want answers, if I may.
or answers beyond that.
So let's go to slide 15. And I believe this is one of the pieces of evidence / testimony that you're giving in support of that, correct? That boundary 2, having the fall X2, is creating these impacts rather than the tunnel project itself, correct?
Boundary
Boundary 1.
Boundary 1, I'm sorry, boundary 1.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, without being argumentative, DWR and the Bureau gave us the boundaries, correct? So whether or not the boundary 1 criteria are causing this, isn't that indeed one of the conditions under which the project may be operated according to the petition?
And I'm going to repeat the same explanation, that boundary 1 represents a condition upon which the fall X2 is no longer a regulating criteria. And the problem is you're comparing it against a scenario with fall X2 is a regulatory criteria. And so if indeed in the future fall X2 stays as a regulatory criteria, you will not see the green, you will see something different.
Okay, Dr. Nader-Trani, we've heard that a number of times now, but I'm looking for answers to my questions, okay? If I may, you guys gave us boundary 1 and the no action.
Yes.
You think it's unfair of us to examine the impacts between boundary 1 and the no action? Or should we do that because that's what you gave us?
Okay, I'm going to interrupt here. That's an unfair question. I believe Dr. Nader-Trani is trying to not exert any opinion as to whether you should or should not analyze boundary 1 or do a comparison. His testimony is simply that the difference between boundary 1 and no action is X2, or at least the absence of X2 in boundary 1. I don't believe he is asserting any opinion with respect to whether or not you should analyze boundary 1.
I will move on. I understand. I didn't mean to beat this to death, but
you did.
I did. It is important to note that we're trying to analyze what they gave us, and in response to us pointing out a problem, they have their modelers say, well, that's because of something else.
And that's within their right to do so, and it's within your right to note that.
Again, I'll try to be fast. Dr. Nader-Trani, you made a similar point with regard to water quality as measured at Tracy Old River, resulting from the head of Old River barrier being installed, correct?
Under boundary 2.
Under boundary 2. But again, that's a boundary that was provided by the petitioners, correct? We didn't choose that.
No, but yeah, and I think I explained the assumptions that went
The answer
into
is
model.
yes.
Yes.
And just generally speaking, a head of Old River barrier, depending on how it's operated, correct, then has an effect on flows and water quality and circulation in some South Delta channels, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so let me move on to my last point here, and I've lost my,
Yes, I've forgotten what your last point is.
my last point is the unreliability of DSM-2, or the inappropriate use of DSM-2. Now, I think this is important, Dr. Niedertrani, to go through a little background real quickly. And then I'm going to ask you if you agree that 3 possibilities exist with regard to what is the best available science. So that's where I'm leading this. But the quick background is calcium-2 gives us a monthly number as an input starting at, I don't know, Freeport or wherever that is in the Sacramento, correct?
That's one of the inputs, yes.
Yes. And because it's a monthly number, that monthly number has to then be somehow broken into, what, daily inputs for DSM-2?
Yeah, we call it daily mapping, yes. Mhm.
And what the process does is DSM-2, or the modelers, look at the historic flow pattern for that month and then break the monthly number into that historic average flow into the delta, correct?
I believe that's done for Sacramento River flow and San Joaquin.
Okay. And then the model itself, DSM-2, has nodes or incremental boxes full of calculations. Is that generally?
Sure.
And then that tries to estimate how the input either travels through the system or is diluted through the system, or how it permeates itself through the delta in general, even though it may not go through all the delta, but it tries to calculate that, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So the model, inappropriately or not, right, is trying to convert the DSM-2 model is trying to convert the calcium-2 inputs into changes in flows or quality or, stages throughout the delta based on those inputs. It's trying to calculate that.
That's correct.
And it does that for both the no action, for H3, for boundary 1, boundary 2, all the different scenarios. It's trying to do that.
That's correct.
But it's your testimony that using those smaller increments, and by that I mean the 15-minute or a daily average or a weekly average or a monthly average, that's not appropriate because of why?
One of the reasons is one thing that DSM-2, pieces of information that DSM-2 does not have, or we don't give it, is the day-to-day operator decisions that go into real life operations. The real-time operators see that salinity intrusions coming and react accordingly by adjusting flows. Those decisions were not reflected in the model. Second piece of information is the daily mapping was only done for I believe Sacramento River and San Joaquin River flows. And I think part of the reason was to make sure that the bypass flows are correctly calculated on a daily basis and not on a monthly basis. The same sort of daily mapping didn't go into the export levels. And I know it didn't go under the South Delta export. I'm not sure even if it's went to the North Delta export. So those were not, no variations were included in those exports. So in the months where there are large variations of flow from one day to another day, you may have a situation where the flows and exports don't necessarily match up together. And that means in terms of, that's not what the real operators would do. An example, for example, is, and I sometimes cite is November of '81, where you have a low flow situation in the beginning of the month and a high flow situation at the end of the month. On average, you had a large flow, and which called for a large amount of exports for that month. But we didn't apply those on a daily basis for the same exports. Furthermore, because of the high Sacramento River flow, cross channel was closed because to protect for flooding. So there are those subtleties that makes the use of the daily results just not appropriate, simply because the model was not given further instructions on how to react for for example, and these larger salinity intrusion effects that would occur. So I just gave you some of the examples of why it would not be appropriate to do that.
Okay, I'm trying to get to I'm trying to lead up to the ultimate question, but thank you. It is correct, though, that when we run, or when you run these models with the different scenarios for Waterfix, both the no action and the various scenarios all have the same conditions of not having what you say should be included to be more representative of the exact impacts. Is that correct? They're all the same.
They're all subject to the same, but the specific events, the specific effect that happens on a single day could be different, because the flows are different, the export levels are different, and therefore this specific spike that might happen in water quality in one scenario on a given day may not happen in the same scenario, even though the same approach was used in doing those daily mapping.
Okay, I'll take that as a yes. Now, I'm going to give you three possibilities. You can disagree with them, but I'm going to posit those. The overall issue is we're in a hearing to examine adverse impacts that may or may not occur from the petition, and some third party, as in the state board, will then make a decision whether that they occur or whether or not they constitute legal injury. That's the overall framework in which we're operating. So I'm positing to you, and you can disagree, but so agree with me or not, but there are three possibilities with regards to the best evidence. Okay. The first possibility is DSM-2 is the best available evidence, best available science to determine impacts, but only on long-term average level. That's the first possibility. Second possibility is DSM-2 is the best possible science, best available science to determine impacts in the delta, both long-term and short-term. And the third possibility is DSM-2 isn't the best available science to determine what happens in the delta. If those aren't too far afield, which one of those describes DSM-2 in your mind?
I think the first choice is closer to what I feel being the closest, because what I explained is, in addition to those long-term average results, you should also rely on those exceedance plots that would reflect, in fact, the results of every 15 minutes, but it would also give you the extremes of any particular specific thing that you're concerned about, whether that would be water quality, water level.
So your answer is the first one.
With the caveat that I mentioned.
Okay. So if we have to determine, in order for the board to make a decision, short-term effects, are you saying DSM-2 isn't the best available science?
DSM-2, when used, the limitations are when DSM-2 used in conjunction with calcium.
Okay.
Because there is other ways of using DSM-2.
Okay. But we established earlier in case in chief cross that DSM-2 is sometimes used to predict water levels and quality in support of joint point of operations, correct? Whether it's correct or not, it's used for that purpose.
But that's to simulate historical conditions.
Okay.
Which is very different than the way we're using in a planning model in conjunction with calcium.
So does that mean that we could use DSM-2 in a different manner to try to examine shorter term impacts?
Not with respect to California Waterfix. It's only when we have the historical information to feed to DSM-2, which we don't. For California Waterfix, we just don't know what that is.
That's all I have. I apologize profusely because I was nowhere near my estimated time of efficiency after other people had covered in similar areas. I do apologize.
Thank you, Mr. Herrick. Actually, it was interesting, though somewhat convoluted. Before we get to Ms. Spalletta, unless you have an objection you want to voice, Ms. Elajam, I was going to ask Mr. Keeling if he would mind, when we resume tomorrow, assuming that we get through Ms. Spalletta cross-examination today, if he wouldn't mind letting you go before he conduct his cross-examination because of your need to leave early tomorrow.
And David Elodjian, City of Brentwood, I would very much appreciate that courtesy, Madam Chair.
Mr. Keeling, would you mind? Okay.
But Madam Chair, I did have an objection.
Okay.
If I heard Dr. Natatarani correctly just now at the answer to Mr. Herrick's last question, he said that it was not possible for DSM-2 to tell the board or to provide results on anything other than the long-term averages, exceedance plots that are contained in his testimony in terms of impacts on water quality and water levels. Excuse me.
Okay.
If that is a correct statement of Dr. Natatarani's testimony, I would move to strike all of that testimony on the grounds that it's now irrelevant because the periods of time for which the Water Board has criteria and objectives in D1641 do not constitute long-term periods of the type that Dr. Natatarani has said is the only thing that can be analyzed under DSM-2, and therefore none of the testimony is relevant.
Mr. Berliner, Ms. McGinnis, would you like to respond?
Well, I'd like to respond that Mr. Elodjian is misstating the testimony that Dr. Natatarani gave. So if Dr. Natatarani made it clear that DSM-2 has multiple uses and can be used in planning studies in various ways and can be also used over the short term in different ways. So Mr. Elodjian, I think, oversimplified Dr. Natatarani's statement.
If I may, my Chair Dodek, in the colloquy with Mr. Herrick, Dr. Natatarani went back and forth about the question about whether as Mr. Berliner said, planning studies. Dr. Natatarani said, yes, we could do that. We could do historical analyses. But when pressed about the type of future analysis that is at issue in this case, Dr. Natatarani said that it could only be used for long-term purposes. And I would submit to the board that the water quality objectives contained in 1641 are not long-term. They are at most 1 year.
Mr. Herrick, you wish to add something?
I would just join in that and also add the testimony of Mr. Munavar.
Thank you. Quickly, people.
Deirdre Desjardins, I just wanted to join in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Keeling.
Tom Keeling, on behalf of the San Joaquin County Protestants, we join in Mr. Elodjian's motion.
All right. We will note that and take it under consideration. Ms. Spalletta, you are our wrap-up cross-examiner today.
Good afternoon. Jennifer Spalletta on behalf of North San Joaquin Water Conservation District. All of my questions will be for Mr. Lehi, and all of my questions involve the exhibits that were provided yesterday afternoon, which I think we're okay to refer to as DWR exhibits 903, 904, 905, and 906. And I will be referencing those exhibits as well as the charts in DWR 10, which the exhibits relate to. So, Mr. Lehi, we'll get started by me asking you some basic questions. Tim O'Laughlin went over Exhibit 905 with you in detail, which is the data for DWR Exhibits 850 and 851 for the year 2015. And during that discussion, you explained the columns on that exhibit and what they meant. My first question to you is whether the explanation you gave for the columns on Exhibit 905 would be the same for Exhibits 903 and 904.
Yes, they should be.
Okay. And who prepared Exhibits 903, 904, and 905?
So that was my staff prepared. This was the data that my staff used to prepare the graphs.
Who on your staff?
Aaron Miller.
And is Aaron a man or a woman?
Aaron is a man.
When did Mr. Miller prepare the data sets that are in exhibits 903, 904, 905?
Well, just to be clear, so the data was what Aaron used to prepare the graphs that were the exhibits in my PowerPoint.
So Aaron Miller on your staff prepared the graphs that were in DWR Exhibit 10, your PowerPoint, on pages 6, 8, 10, and 12?
Correct.
Okay. And did Mr. Miller also prepare the charts of data that are exhibits 903, 904, 905, and 906?
I actually prepared the charts that were, I'm sorry, are you talking about the tables? A table of data?
We can call them tables, that's okay.
The tables of data that was from the sources that, or of what Aaron used, because Aaron has been, he's temporarily on assignment elsewhere, I did prepare those tables.
And when did you prepare the tables that are 903, 904, 905, and 906?
This weekend.
And was that before or after Aaron had prepared the charts that appeared in DWR 10?
It was after.
Okay. So where is the data that Aaron used to prepare the charts that are in DWR 10 on pages 6, 8, 10, and 12?
Objection, relevance. It doesn't really matter where the data is. Ms. Spalletta asked for the data. We've provided the data. It's in the tables we provided. I don't understand where she's going with this.
Ms. Spalletta?
Well, it's unusual for a set of data to be compiled after an exhibit that purportedly represents the data. So I'd like to know where the data is that was used by Mr. Miller to prepare the exhibits and the charts that we saw in DWR 10. It may be that there's some master set of data that was used for both, but I'm just trying to understand that.
I'll give you that limited leeway.
Well, the data is in a spreadsheet, and this is the data from that spreadsheet.
Okay, so there is a master spreadsheet that you used to pull data out of to create DWR 903, 904, 905, and 906?
Objection again, relevance. I really don't think it matters where the data is. She asked for the data. We gave her the data. So.
And it's the same data that was used to generate the graphs?
Yes.
Initially?
Yes.
Okay.
And the master spreadsheet that you just referred to, does it contain additional information other than the information that has been pulled out and used to create the tables?
Now you may object.
Yeah,
904?
objection. It's not, we never said it was a master spreadsheet.
So this raises a very interesting question, which is there something that DWR needs to hide from the rest of us? I just have this strange feeling. We're talking about a public agency who has data that they've gathered about the operation of a public project permitted by this agency, and we're seeing graphs of this data compiled from supposedly a master spreadsheet, which has not been made available to the rest of the parties. So I think it's a valid question where this master spreadsheet is, what format it's in, and what other data may be included.
Now, Ms. Spalletta, the data was provided to support Mr. Lehi's testimony that was submitted as part of his rebuttal. And so to the extent that this spreadsheet contains other data that is not part of his rebuttal, it would be outside the scope for your cross-examination.
I strongly disagree. Because we have no idea what that other data is, it may be highly relevant to the data that he chose to put in the spreadsheet. There may be other data on the spreadsheet that would make the data that he chose to put in the spreadsheet be viewed in a different light. But because the rest of the parties don't have access to it, we don't have a fair opportunity to make that determination.
Your response?
This is entirely outside the scope of Mr. Lehi's rebuttal. We included these charts in his he included these charts in the testimony. They are they're generated by Excel. They pull from different worksheets. The data that was requested was provided, and if protestants have a theory that there is some other information that they should be entitled to, then they can ask for that.
Well, then I'll make a formal request, and it's going to be multi-part. Number one, I would request that the information that's been provided in DWR 903, 904, 905, and 906 be provided in its native format, which I believe is probably Excel, so that the parties to this proceeding can actually view the data in something other than what is less than 10-point font, and do the addition and subtraction and see the formulas in the spreadsheet. That's the first request. And the second request is that if there is a master spreadsheet that this data was pulled from, that also be produced to the parties in its native format.
And my response is, what is the authority for this information request? Is it a discovery request, a PRA request?
It could be both. I don't think that it really matters. I think the hearing officers have the authority to ask DWR to make the production. If for no other reason, then it's in the public interest, and it makes the hearing fair and transparent.
And my response is it actually confuses the issues. We have provided the data that backs up those charts. They're in Mr. Lehi's testimony. That is the scope of his testimony, and this request is outside the scope.
We'll take that into consideration.
All right, so then I will do my best to ask questions about the information that is in these exhibits. I will note that I probably would not have to ask a lot of these questions if I'd actually received the data in Excel and I could have seen the formulas, but we will plow through. Okay, let's start with DWR 903. Mr. Lehi, can you please identify for me which columns on the table in DWR 903 contain measured data as opposed to computed data?
Well, the certainly total Oroville releases, State Water Project exports, so the breakdown of the in-stream requirements, those are manually input, but they're input based on our requirements. The Feather River service area deliveries is measured data. I think the other columns are probably a result of a calculation, but it's hard to tell just sitting here right now exactly.
Okay, so you're not able to explain to me what the calculation is then to get each of the other columns as we sit here today?
Well, if you want to go through it, we could make an attempt.
Well, I don't want to do something that's futile. Are you confident in your ability to explain how each of the columns, other than the 3 columns you identified as measured, how each of the other columns is computed?
I might have to think through it a bit, but yeah, we could probably do it if you really want to.
Let's start with, maybe I can make this easy for you. For the total Oroville release, which is a measured number, is there some combination of the other columns that should add up to that measured number?
I'm going to object to this line of questioning. We've been through this chart already quite extensively through Mr. O'Loughlin. If there's a point that Ms. Spalletta wants to get to, why don't we find out what the point is and see if all of this tedious analysis of this spreadsheet has any relevance here at all?
Actually, I don't believe Mr. O'Loughlin asked that specific question, But Ms. Spalletta, help us.
Sure.
Is there a point?
Mr. Laughlin only examined Mr. Lehigh about DWR 905. I'm actually working from a different exhibit. I really would prefer not to have to do this in a hearing, but again, because we don't have discovery before the hearing or the opportunity to examine witnesses, we are left with this forum. So there is a point. Frankly, I just want to understand the numbers. I don't think it's appropriate for DWR to present in graphical or chart form conclusions about their operational data without having an adequate foundation. If the rest of the stakeholders in this proceeding do not understand the foundation for the chart, it should not be admissible. And so this is an attempt to reach that understanding.
All right. Overrule, Mr. Berliner. We will plow through this.
You know, I'm sorry, but I can conceptually describe why the breakdown is what it is in those stacked bar charts. I don't think we need to go through a tedious exercise bit by bit. I mean, I can explain why all of the results that apparently are somebody has a problem with the results, but we could step through conceptually why they make sense.
Hold on a second. Mr. Ocean-Disco?
And I'm just going to repeat the offer by Hearing Officer Dodek. If anybody wants to join us in the front row where they can see the screen maybe a little bit better, they're more than welcome to.
Oh, is that what you were doing, Ms. Desjardins? I thought maybe you were checking. Okay. All right. Yes, there are monitors up here. I'm sorry, where were we?
Mr. Lehigh was objecting to my line of questioning.
Oh, which I believe his attorney has already done and which I have overruled.
So my question was, you've told me that the total Orville release number is measured, and I was asking if there was some combination of the other columns that should add up to that measured number.
Yes.
Okay, and which other columns should add up to the measured number for total Orville release?
So any of the numbers in the in-stream requirement columns, and actually any of the columns, all of the columns with the exception of the Feather River Service Area, the FRSA column, which is the first column, because those deliveries come straight out of Thermalito and they're not, Thermalito Afterbay, and they're not released to the river.
Okay, so that is helpful. The total Orville release number then is exclusive of the withdrawals from the Thermalito Afterbay.
Correct.
Okay. So then, Mr. O'Loughlin didn't ask the specific question, and it was something that I wanted to ask. For this time period in January of 2011, the delta was in excess conditions. And if I'm reading this chart correctly, all of the exports are treated as coming from unstored flow, even though there is a release of 1,750 CFS from Oroville for in-stream purposes. Is that correct?
That's correct, because that's a pass-through of unstored flow. It's not, it doesn't represent a release of stored water.
Oh, so this measured total Oroville release column that says 1,750, how do we know if the number in that column is a pass-through of unstored flow versus a release from storage?
Whether or not there's a number in the far right-hand column or not.
Can you explain that in more detail?
A non-zero number in the right-hand column. So if there's a zero on that column on the far right, then that would indicate that the releases are from stored water in Oroville. But in this particular case, there's not only is there unstored water being passed through Oroville, there's other stored water in the system that's being exported as well.
There's other stored water
I'm
that's
sorry,
being-
unstored water that's being exported in this period.
All right, so I think that helps me because when you finished with Mr. O'Loughlin, I had reached the conclusion that this total Orville release column was only releases from storage. But I think if I'm correct in my understanding right now, it could be either a pass-through of unstored water or a release from storage, depending on the condition.
Correct.
I'm looking at March 15th in this table. There is a total Oroville release of 4,017,000 acre feet and a flood release of 2,742,000 acre feet. And then what does the difference between those two numbers represent?
So this is in CFS.
I'm sorry,
and-
CFS.
Yeah, and so the difference is that minimum in-stream flow release, which is the 1275.
Okay, so why are you classifying some of it as flood release here when earlier in the year it was classified simply as unstored flow?
I'm sorry, can we go back up? I don't have the exhibit in
Up to
front of me.
January?
Oh, why? Okay, the question is why is this, and this at this point it's being some of it's being classified as a flood release
Mm-hmm. Why?
because either most likely we're encroached into flood control storage at this point.
Okay, and this is probably a simple question. If you scroll down to June 5th, that row is highlighted. Is there some significance to the highlighting?
Not that I'm aware.
Okay, and then if we scroll down to December 1st, on December 1st, you have exports of 6,360 and an Oroville release of 2,845 with exports from unstored flow at 3,515. So here, are you treating a portion of the export as a rediversion of releases from Oroville?
So we have unstored flow that's being exported. And part of that, let's see, the 1145, that column is, I forget, that's release for export? No, that would, I don't have the headings in front of me.
It's flood release. I'm sorry,
flood-
no,
it's
release
flood
for
release, yeah.
export. You're correct. Release for export. I think based on your earlier testimony, what's happening here that's different than what was happening in January is you are treating the release from Oroville as a release from storage and then counting that as a rediversion of the release from storage at the pumps and reducing the export of unstored flow by a like amount. Am I correct?
It looks like that could be the case here.
Could be or is.
You know, it's really hard to tell sitting here and looking at two PDFs, but
I'm glad that you agree. What would you need to have to verify that?
I'd have to, well, I need to talk to the person that put this together, for one.
I thought you said you put this together.
Well, I just put the data together to put it in a form that was somewhat readable. That's all I did. But the graph was produced, as I said, by my staff.
So you're not able to answer.
I'm not able to answer what?
Whether the difference between the SWP exports on December 1st, well, I'll ask it better, strike that. Whether the 2,845 CFS of Oroville release is being treated as a rediversion of released stored water at the export pumps on December 1st.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay, let's move on to DWR Exhibit 906. Oh, actually, before we do, all of the explanations you just gave me for DWR 903, would they be equally applicable to the way that the columns work on DWR 904 and 905?
Yes, the arrangement of the columns are the same in all the exhibits.
Okay. And moving on to DWR 906. This is the data for DWR Exhibit 852. And again, you created this document, right?
Yes.
And it includes columns entitled Unmet Demand for the CVP and the SWP. Do you see those?
Yes.
And what do those numbers represent?
Those numbers represent the difference between, well, for the SWP, is the difference between the total Table A amount and the percentage of the Table A that was allocated.
So am I correct to understand then that you are equating demand with total Table A amount in each contractor's contract?
That's correct, because as I testified before, essentially the demands we're getting from our contractors now are the full Table A.
Okay. And so that is without regard to whether a contractor is intending to take delivery of the water to sell it to someone else, use it for direct beneficial use, or put it to storage, correct?
It's with regard to, I can't say, it's in terms of their requests. Like I said, they're requesting the full Table A. And I don't have the specifics on what that water would be used for.
That's
or
all
how,
I had.
Or when or how it would be used.
Those were all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Paletta. Well, we've been busy today. We've received several objections, several requests, and we'll need to think that over. In the meantime, when we resume tomorrow, we will have Mr. Alajim first up, followed by Mr. Keeling, and then followed by the others. Mr. Berliner, I am estimating at this point, though, who knows? At this point, I'm estimating around 2.5 hours left of cross-examination for this panel. I was going to ask, with respect to this panel, I believe you have some redirect, but I also believe you have perhaps a time constraint with respect to your panel 3 witnesses. So do you have a proposal to make, Mr. Berliner?
I have one that would be a simple proposal and one more complex. So the simple proposal would be we could take panel 3 starting first thing in the morning and interrupt the cross-examination, let them finish, and then come back to cross-examination and just finish up the week with whatever we have planned. That would probably be the simplest. We have 2 witnesses on panel 3. Their direct testimony will take about 20 minutes. I think we have about 5 parties who indicated they wanted to cross-examine that panel. And it was, if I recall correctly, under 4 hours of cross-examination. I don't know if that's still what the status is, but if that's correct, we would finish with that group easily tomorrow and then could resume with this panel. We do have redirect, and I suspect that the redirect will then open up recross. So this panel is obviously taking far longer than what we thought it would. And now I'm starting to wonder if we're going to get to the other parties still, given how much time we're spending with this panel. So that would be the easiest way to approach it.
Let's hear any concerns or objection to that, quote, easy proposal, unquote.
Madam Chair, David Alajim, City of Brentwood. If I understood Mr. Berliner's proposal, we would go to panel 3 tomorrow morning first thing, and then return to this panel on Thursday morning. That's perfectly fine with me.
Mr. Becerra?
Yeah, I'm just trying to process what this means in relation to scheduling other panels.
It means that we will likely not get to group 7 until Friday.
That's kind of what it sounds like.
At the earliest.
It sounds to me like if we start with the next panel tomorrow and we have 4 hours of cross, then we end up roughly mid-afternoon tomorrow. Then I don't know if we bring this whole panel back in the mid-afternoon. I don't know if petitioners feel like disclosing this. It would be useful to know what subjects they would like to conduct redirect on. That would help us assess how much cross might be required. Once we get done with those 2 panels, and I guess we're on to group 7, we'll have to figure out that scheduling. And then, as I disclosed earlier, the American River panel has a scheduling conflict created by a reclamation meeting that was scheduled. Having a difficult time processing what this all means.
Mr. Becerra, your scheduling conflict was for Thursday. With respect to your second panel, what I am thinking is we may not get to your first panel until Friday, in which case that conflict does not matter.
That sounds about right. If I know we hesitate to do these things and set dates certain, but if we could say group 7 will start testifying Friday morning, then we could clean this all up, but I know that's tough to do in this hearing.
I would like to be able to say that, but I don't know yet to what extent redirect and recross of this panel will entail.
Right.
So we have about, at this point, roughly a dozen questions on redirect, spread more or less equally across the panel. But I suspect, things being what they are, as soon as we open up that can of worms, we're going to get all the parties coming back and seeking to conduct cross on that redirect, which they're perfectly entitled to do. Obviously, the cross will be far narrower, should be far quicker than the cross that we're doing this time, but I can't predict how long cross will be. My estimate for this round is totally off. But in terms of total time, I don't think it changes. I understand Mr. Becerra's concern, but it's the same amount of time. It's just the order that's changing.
So at this point, are we then comfortable, I think I am comfortable, with giving Mr. Becerra the assurance that we will not get to Group 7 until Friday at the earliest?
If I may suggest, because of the uncertainty about how long it's going to take to complete DWR and DOI's rebuttal, it might be prudent to at least have the panel that doesn't have a scheduling conflict prepared to go on Thursday.
That's where I think that first Group 7 panel is really flexible on timing. I don't know that for sure, and I don't think the cross will be overly extensive. So we'll talk to that first Group 7 panel, which is Mr. Beret and Mr. Easton, about their availability on rather short notice.
Well, they were going to be available on Thursday anyway.
Yeah, that's correct. Right.
Correct.
It's just getting them here on half an hour's notice might be a little tough, but we'll talk to them about it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry, are we all clear? Someone will explain to me later, I'm sure. Mr. Elajim.
Madam Chair, just for clarity, I believe that Mr. Mazzara's point is the one that I was about to raise, which is Group 7 has 2 witnesses.
Actually has more than 2.
There are several.
Yes.
But I think that if the chair could assure us that they would not come on before the afternoon of Thursday, which I think is likely, we will be ready to have them here Thursday afternoon, and just in case they're necessary.
Today is Tuesday. We will spend most of Wednesday going through panel 3, potentially coming back to this panel for some cross, and then this panel will undergo redirect and recross. So yes, the earliest that we will get to Group 7 will be Thursday afternoon.
Thank you.
And Chair Dudek, I hate to be persistent about this, but I understood the chair to say that my cross-examination of this panel would be first thing on Thursday morning?
Today is Tuesday. Okay. Wednesday, you are not available tomorrow in the afternoon.
That is correct, Madam Chair.
Okay. So if necessary, yes, you will conduct cross-examination Thursday morning.
Thank you,
Because this
Madam
panel
Chair.
will
I
still be
appreciate-
here Thursday.
I will be here with bells on at 9:30. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I might just comment on the proposal set forth. I mean, I think part of what we're going through is we've had this panel for a long time. We've had a bunch of questioners. People are having to listen very carefully to try to winnow down the questions. And I just think that breaking up the ordering of the panels is going to make that harder. And I would suggest that the flow of this hearing would probably go better to continue with this panel until it's done. And I'm not quite sure why we have to switch things up right now. It doesn't seem like a necessity. So I think my preference would be to do things in order, and I think that would be more efficient so that people don't get distracted by what's going on with panel 3 in, trying to figure out how to deal with the recross and redirect and all those items for panel 2.
I believe it was, Mr. Berlin, help me out here, and the unavailability of one of your witnesses in panel 3.
Yes, that's correct. Dr. Thornburg had a longstanding commitment for Thursday, and that predated the hearing schedule in this proceeding, and he's under contract to appear elsewhere on Thursday. He may have Thursday afternoon free. We're trying to get confirmation on that, but Thursday morning he's tied up, which then gets us to the other alternative, which is far more complicated, which would be
More
which
complicated.
which I am reluctant to suggest.
And what would be this more complicated proposal? And by the
Well-
way, I believe it's after 5, so we've actually lost the webcast? Okay. And I'm about to lose my co-hearing officer. Mr. Berliner, is this more complicated proposal?
Well, it would break up panel 3 then on cross for when we run out of time on Wednesday, because we're going to run out of time on one or the other panel, whatever way we go.
So then you would bring that witness back on Friday?
If the witness is available Thursday afternoon, we would bring him back Thursday afternoon. If not, we would bring him back on Friday,
And in the meantime, then, we would go to Group 7.
which that's why it's the messy alternative.
Could I think, having heard a further explanation, I agree Mr. Berliner's first proposal is probably better. I would ask, however, that when it comes to scheduling our witnesses for our rebuttal, that we receive a similar accommodation for being able to, we will try very hard to have our witnesses available when they're available, but this is a little bit of a deviation from what prior practice has been, and I would like to see that evenly applied.
We have
Mr. Berliner is
no objection.
moving his witnesses amongst his witnesses, but never mind. Okay, we're back to the simple proposal that Mr. Berliner made, and now have we confused you, Mr. Becerra?
I'm confused a fair amount of the time anyway, but yeah, I think for Group 7 purposes, we'll talk to the other Group 7 counsel and witnesses. We'll plan to have the first Group 7 panel here available Thursday afternoon as much as we possibly can, and then the second Group 7 panel, I will tell them to be here Friday morning.
All right.
Thank you.
And Mr. Alajam will conduct his cross of this panel Thursday morning. On that note, let's all go take a break. We will adjourn in the morning, and I think, to make things even more complicated, just so you know, on Thursday, Mr. Oceandusko, we actually are in one hearing room in the morning and one hearing room in the afternoon. I know. But tomorrow, we will be in Sierra.
Can I not to add one more complication, but as I understand it, the petitioners will be offering all of their rebuttal testimony into the record at the completion of their panels, which potentially puts that in the middle of all of this. If we could deal with evidentiary objections possibly next week, rather than throwing it into the middle of this rather complicated paneling exercise, you may have some arguments on evidentiary objections that may take some time.
We will take that under advisement.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go away for today. Thank you.